There we go. Hello, and welcome to Dark Heresy, with Roll4It, your favourite YouTubers and streamers get together to have some fun shenanigans with tabletop role-playing games. We're back in the Dark Heresy universe, where everything is grim, dark, and out to kill you, and the Imperial of Man is kind of surrounded by enemies who want to destroy it, enemies inside it who want to destroy it, and enemies beyond who want to destroy it. And basically a few of the things that stand between destruction of the Imperium of Man and, well, not being destroyed and carrying on as usual, consists of the Inquisition, of whom our players are a part. Now, today was going to be Dungeons & Dragons, however, Nurgle has blessed our magnificent GM Splattercat with the pox, and so he is unfortunately unable to join us tonight. So, at the last minute, we are substituting Dark Heresy for D&D. Thankfully, my mission was basically ready to go. So tonight we're going to be doing Dark Heresy. So we don't have a Cassius for Dark Heresy. We do, however, have an Avak, despite the fact we have no camera, because his camera has died.
Everything is buggered.
Everything
basically.
is buggered, yes.
Roll4It wouldn't
basically, the moving men did not say the proper litanies. The litanies of translocations, the mic machine spirit is just off in a huff somewhere. It's horrible. Also, apparently the mic is really bad.
I know, I'm literally checking it now. You want to bet that Skype's like maxed it or something?
Yeah, more than likely.
Test?
Everything is going wrong.
What is bad about my mic? What? Oh, it's switched device. There we go, I see it.
There we go. That better?
Oh,
Oh, yes.
that's the difference.
Yeah, I don't know
Battery
why,
voice.
but it's just default in my device again, but not in Windows. God knows. I'll give up.
Yeah, about the echo in my room, it's gonna be there. It's a room, a big room with not enough furniture in it yet. It's just the way that's gonna be.
I think that's going to be the least of our worries today. We only just managed to get into Roll20, having some issues logging in. My mic, luckily we fixed. We do have an AVAC without a picture. Shen and Bentham are fine. They've been untouched by this so far. But basically what happened, we got to the end of the year, and we've all ran out of fate points. So this is a lesson. Always manage your fate points better.
I think that there's clearly I can tell what's going on here. It's the heresy. What's
That's what I was
happened
gonna
is
say.
Avak and Carolinus
Yes.
and Cassius they went and did a load of heresy, and now they're
Yes.
being punished.
Yep.
The God Emperor has shut down their technologies, or in Cassius's case, his body, and so they're ruined. And we're fine because we're the good, nice, non-heresy people.
High five, Brander.
Yeah, just to let you know, Carolinus is just going to go to the hospital with Cassius and Bentham. Branda and Garrett. They can go do the rest of the mission by themselves. It's fine. The Emperor is awarding them for their lack of heresy with being allowed to die for the Emperor, which is ultimately the greatest goal any true loyal citizen of the Empire can ever aspire towards. Well done, guys. You've won. Won the game. Well done.
It's also really
I'll just go on
disconcerting.
living with my heresy in shame.
It's disconcerting being talked to by a death ferret.
Yeah, take that. I'm a death ferret. Ha!
We
Which
literally
do exist.
Yeah.
They do exist in the Dark Heresy universe for some reason.
I'm annoyed that chat didn't inform us that the 40k universe has death ferrets.
Apparently they made the model and never said anything about them.
And they come with Jacaro as well, it's perfect. There should have been one on the ship. And then he would have shot the Jacaro, but the ferret would have survived. Would have fought back.
Future
Hit zero.
episodes. There you go.
See, the fact that the death ferret model came with the Jacaro was kind of funny, but now I'm actually thinking of the Jacaro just sat there in his cage with just this really angry but cuddly to the Jacaro death ferret, just petting him like something out of what was it, the Golden Compass.
Well, how do you think
With
like the
the
Jacaro are quite
orangutan
like an
just held
advanced
up the
people?
vents and stuff.
They don't, use a lot of their stuff themselves, but they have a knowledge of it. So how do they defend themselves? They've got these like really ferocious death ferrets that they train.
Seems completely legit to me.
Yeah. Either that
They
or like
build like lasers onto it. Make it even more deathy.
freaking laser beams. You're giving Avak ideas now.
Yep.
Oh dear.
It's good as long as it fights for the Emperor.
Eh. Depends. Does Garrett try and kill its owner?
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on Garrett if we encounter any death ferrets.
Probably a good idea. Last episode. Whew, this is going to be a long preamble. Basically, you went to a prison planet to look for someone or some organization that was infecting people with alien parasites and then harvesting their brain juices for some sort of chemical that they wanted. You talked to the Marshal, were like, hey dudes, we're from the Inquisition, give us some cover. And he was like, cool, here's your cover. You can go investigate some sort of outbreak of pox. And you were like, yay. So you went around, you investigated, you led to the MaxSec facility, you went there. At the MaxSec facility, you were like, let's go walk down here. They then let all the prisoners out, and you fought the prisoners. Then you fought the guards. You found the bad guards, and you killed them after reading their minds. You then ran away from the MaxSec facility after telling everyone to leg it because they had activated the nuclear failsafe. It blew up. You got back to the main place. You went to find the governor. It turned out the governor had been taken captive by the Marshal and infected with a brain parasite. You killed the Marshal, he being a bad guy. You then proceeded to talk to the governor. The governor was like, cool, thank you for saving me and taking the brain parasite out. You should definitely go, and I will give you all the resources that you need to help, to Alpha, where they were getting the brain parasites apparently from. You're now at Alpha. You've interrogated a dude from Alpha, so you know vaguely the layout of the caves that are there that have been used as a prison. You then decided to have a little bit of a detour story-wise, and you brought a shipping container with you with a heretical book. Well, Carolinus had. He didn't really told anyone. He then told Cassius about the heretical book when the other two were sleeping. Carolinus led Cassius into the back. They had a discussion about said heretical book, at which point Cassius decided that he'd rather burn it rather than go full-fledged heresy just yet. He then decided that they were going to step away from the container, fill it full of promethium, and then Cassius, from a distance of about 4 meters, decided to melt a blast through the side of the container, explode the promethium, which instantly resulted in a bit of a backwash situation where the flame burst out the hole looking for oxygen and found Cassius, setting him on fire.
I do feel like it is only fair for everyone who's like, what a stupid idea, to back Cassius up here by saying, I don't think he intended for the plan to be to do this from 4 meters. I think in his head, he was doing it from 15 meters until he learned that he was doing it from 4 meters. And I was like, okay, we'll still roll with this.
Yeah, I think he kind of forgot because he had the initial other psychic power in mind, which you can use from like 120 feet or 120 meters. But then he was like, yeah, I'll use the multi-beam one since we're not leaving the door open. And that needs to be 4 meters away to get double penetration, which resulted in issues. But Carolinus legged it from his hiding place, put Cassius out before Cassius could really die. Branda and Garrett both awakened by sudden psychic shrieking and weird psychic phenomena, including the fact that their windows had all been shattered and everything glass had exploded. Legged it out of the building, came around to find Cassius on the floor, just about smoldering, and Caroline standing over him. The fire coming out of the container switched to a weird purple, and then slowly, gently went back to normal color. At this point, Arbites from the surrounding areas start coming forwards, wondering what's going on, why there's suddenly like this weird psychic shriek, and why all the glass has suddenly exploded, and also why there's a fire in the middle of the compound. That is the point at which we're going to join back tonight. Cash is still somewhat swearing and mostly just in shock from the very near loss of, actually most of his lungs as a torso hit. Carolinus having just doctored him, and Branda and Garrett having a lot of questions. We dive right back in with continuation of Dark Heresy now. And you are being timed.
Before we get started, I need to ask our Death Ferret, anything we should talk about? Maybe the Patreon?
Oh, yeah! Does the Death Ferret want to talk about the Patreon?
Well, actually, I don't think that Garrett Ironhand had talked about it yet. And since you brought it up, go ahead, my man.
Oh, goodness, the onus is on me. Well, we have a wonderful Patreon page, patreon.com/Roll4It, where you can support us at many different levels of support. At the very beginning, all the way to the end, there are very different goals that we are trying to reach for anything from goodies like VODs that you can watch afterwards, extra VODs, including the after shows, audio-only MP3s of all of our sessions, so that you can listen to these things on the road. We have cosplay coming up as our next one. There's wonderful things on there. Just go check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. And we really do appreciate all the wonderful supporters from Patreon, because without you guys, this would be just something we do for fun. But this way, it's something we do for fun, and we can make a living off of it. I think that's pretty freaking awesome.
It means we can keep doing it. And that's why we have a second show, because we got enough backing for it.
And it's back
It's almost as if it works.
Yeah. The next goal, like Shen said, is cosplay. We're very close to that as well. The number on Patreon is the number that's a little bit over what actually comes through, because sometimes people just don't have money in their PayPals, etc., and it bounces a little bit. So we do end up a little bit under that number in general. So we'll see if we get the cosplay at the end of the month. If anyone wants to thinking about upgrading their pledge, etc., now is the time to do it if we want to hit that cosplay goal. But if you also want to support us in other ways, you can subscribe on the Twitch. If you want to do a one-off support rather than a monthly support, because some people like that, you can the word tip. You can tip. There's a tip thing, and there's also Twitch bits as well if you would like to do that. And I think
don't forget
use the hashtag charity.
You got it.
Bam! If you use hashtag charity in your Twitch bit message, when you here are some bits, here's a message, type hashtag charity, and suddenly Twitch just give money without any downside. They just give money to a charity. The charity being Doctors Without Borders, otherwise known as Medicine Sans Frontier. They are an absolutely amazing charity. They give most of their stuff goes to actual work in the field, supporting people in developing nations or war-torn nations where you can't really get medicine or medical help. They set up hospitals and stuff around there. They give support. They train doctors. They send out medicine. 1 to 2% of their budget goes on administration. About 7% goes on fundraising, and everything else, it just goes straight to the field, which is so good. They are rated 4 out of 4 stars as a charity for their just efficiency. It's amazing, absolutely brilliant charity. One of the few charities I will go this. I will support them every time because they are just so great. So yeah, type hashtag charity and yeah, is that everything? Did I forget anything? It's been one of those days.
No, I think we're good. Jazina in chat was asking how long are the after shows? They range between 30 minutes and an hour.
Yeah, sometimes it's one of those days where, yeah, Chen.
It depends how much we cover in the episode. If we covered a lot of important things in the episode, we'll have a ton of stuff to talk about. But at the same time, it's if there's an upcoming video game that we're excited about, well, sometimes we talk about that.
I'm pretty sure we just had a short episode of D&D one time, but we spent an entire hour discussing different roleplay systems or something. Sometimes it's just one of those days. But, without further ado, we'll get back into game with Cassius on the ground, still smouldering, Carolina standing over him. Garrett, Brandon just coming around the corner. The flame that is coming out the side of this melted hole in this shipping container is slowly going from purple back to a normal sort of, it's kind of more orangey because of the promethium with sort of this black billowing, impurities coming out of it from the inside of the shipping container. Shipping containers generally aren't the most clean of places. Number of Arbites coming over to you from around the compound. Broken glass littering the side of every building facing you as every window is being blown out. We join back, and this will be going in sort of a story time. Time will go as you talk, unless you're literally saying, "Can I ask a question?" I'll be like, time will pause. So, we continue now. It is burning, and you've got a few seconds to make up your story.
I continue medicating Cassius as he lights one of his glow sticks. I snatch it out of his mouth and throw it away, saying, "That's done enough damage for one night."
I do believe Garrett and Carolinus were carrying Cassius.
Yes, you were. Sorry. So you continued to carry him. Were you carrying to?
I think we were asking them where asking the Arbites who were approaching where the local. If they had a medical tent set up nearby or something like that at this facility.
We've got there's a medical facility as part of the complex if you want me to escort you
lead
there.
Lead the way.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Lead the way.
Cool. With that, you're you're very much a person in command of the situation. Not being told that you guys are effectively in control. weird stuff goes on, but he's willing to accept this at least until the immediate crisis is over. Obviously, you've got an injured teammate, and so he starts leading you towards the medical facility. Most of the others, seeing you going that direction with an injured person, one of them falls in behind you to provide an escort, so you've got 2 with you. The rest of them sort of clear the area, roughly, just trying to make sure there's no threat. Several of them approaching Brander. One of them sort of a more ranking individual. You see sort of shoulder flashes indicating a slightly different rank. None of you actually have knowledge of Arbeit, so you just recognize this from your current investigation so far. This is one of the people in charge. Comes up and goes, "What happened here?"
There was some sort of explosion, but I think we have it under control. We're just taking one of our friends. He got a little bit injured.
Some sort of explosion? Is there like a threat? Is there some issue that I should know about?
These guys usually know what they're doing. I think everything's fine. Just some sort of accident. You can see the crate over there. They accidentally set something off.
Usually, I love your confidence.
Yeah, you're very much like playing this one. Give me a... I call it a command check because you have kind of said it in the phrase of, look, there's nothing to worry about, I'm in charge here kind of thing, as opposed to a straight deceit. And I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since Cash isn't here. Make a command check. You are their ranking officer effectively for the site, so plus 30.
All right.
Nice.
There we go, 47 out of 55.
Wow, I'm getting like 2 frames a second on Roll4It at the moment. But yeah, you get 47 on 55. That is a pass. So he looks at you with a little bit of like a... It's pretty strange that there's just an explosion in the middle of the compound and everything is totally fine, but sure, like there doesn't seem to be anyone around. They've cleared the area. It looks like the shipping container is just on fire and some accident happened. They don't have much knowledge of explosions to realize that that is kind of a weird way for a crate to explode, but cool. So he goes, okay, well, we've cleared the area. We'll have some of the servitors come out here and do a little bit of cleaning and have some of the indentures come out as well. Is there any way that we can help?
I think we're all right. I'm sorry to inconvenience you. We'll make sure to make a full report, send it to the governor and so on. And hopefully we can cover all of the window damage.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure to rehouse any of the personnel who might have insufficient quarters considering the atmosphere around here. Most of the quarters have to be, of course, environmentally sealed, so we'll have to reallocate some of the bunks. Do you want to move from your facility, or are you okay with just having no windows? We'll have to seal them, but we can't seal them with glass. They'll just have to be boarded over.
We'll have to work that out. I'll discuss with the others.
All right. Well, let me know. I'm on duty tonight, and the captain of the guard back from, I think you know him. He's on duty tomorrow morning, so you have my comm code if you need it.
All right. Sorry for bothering you.
He sort of turns around, continues to sweep the area with his guys, just in case there is a threat going on. It's his ass on the line, but they don't seem to be finding anything. They're certainly staying away from the crate, having already been told to stay away from the crate. It's inquisitorial property. They're giving it weird looks as the fire still sort of billows out from that hole, but they're giving it a berth.
All right, I turn around and start making my way back towards where the other guys went. But as I go past the crate, I do come to a stop. Take a look at it. I don't know if we want to go to what Garrett's doing so we know where they are.
I just wanted to microbeat over to Brander. Make sure you keep an eye on that crate. That's our property. Don't let the Arbites touch it or the servitors.
I feed back. All right, I will. I've managed to get them to leave. Do you know what the hell happened? Is Cassius saying anything?
He's too out of it right now. He keeps trying to light up his stupid low stick as if that hasn't caused enough trouble today. Do you believe him? Low stick caused an explosion?
Not for a second. Something about the way he said it. I don't know what they were doing in there, but it... You saw the purple flames, right?
I did.
Anyway, you make sure they're okay. I'm going to check this out.
I'll let you know what we find out at the hospital.
Okay.
And I take a couple of steps towards it, bearing in mind that it's on fire, and it's probably quite a bit hot around there. Can I, see inside? Are the doors, open at all, or are they still...
No, the doors were closed when the fire was ignited. From what you can see, the doors are still closed.
And there's like a hole in the front with flames billowing out.
The hole will be in the side, just off from one of the doors. It looks like it's a pretty round, pretty much exactly circular hole.
I go around and take a look at that. Is there like fire coming out of it, or can I see inside?
There's
through
still
that?
fire coming out of it. It looks like this seems to be the only entrance into the crate, and given you're used to fires in confined environments from your previous days in the Navy, you would understand that the one way that oxygen can get in will normally be the way that the fire will definitely try and traverse, and it is definitely trying to come out of that hole. Doesn't seem like it's starting to run out of fuel, though. It's certainly starting to die down. The flames have gone back to quite a normal sort of yellowish, sort of orange-red tinge rather than the weird purple you initially saw.
I go back round to the doors and take a look at them. Does it look like I can open them? And are they like too hot to even like touch them, or is it okay to try and?
To an extent, you can certainly feel heat from where you are. You're probably about half a meter away from the crate, and you can still feel there is a definite heat coming from the container.
Is there like, can I see how the doors are shut?
Yeah, it's a big latch mechanism. It looks like there's a chain lying around out front with a lock that's lying open. It looks like they were initially chained up, but that's been undone. The latch itself is just a big one of these push up, turn, pull down, and then pull the door.
I sort of reach my hand out and try like tapping a finger on it or whatever to work out if it's gonna like melt my hand off if I try.
Yeah, it is quite hot. You don't take any damage because your toughness is enough to withstand like the 2 points or whatever of damage you take, but it is quite warm. It really would need to cool down or have water thrown over it or something to get to a stage where you could really open that right now.
Right. Well, seeing as like when I got up, because I'm me, I instinctively grabbed my chainsword and a pistol when I came out. So can I like leverage the thing like using the chainsword or something?
Give me a sleight of hand check. Plus 10. It's
All
not
right.
massively hard, but
Didn't anyone pack an oven mitt?
I think Promethean fires are a bit too good for that. 4 out of 53.
0-4. A 0-4. Wow. Yeah. You just quite easily, quite deftly, you've learned a few things about, if not fencing so much with a sword, like the refined art, you've learned the sort of the neat, nitty-gritty kind of end of it, and you just go, you swing upwards, ting, the bolt goes up, swing aside, if you're doing like a side slash to someone's face, across, and then down again, and the door, the sheer want of the flames to pull the oxygen through, give it a bit of a kick, and suddenly
I jump
flame
out of the
rushes
way
out.
before I get like cooked.
It's not as bad now. It's got oxygen in via one source. It's not too bad. But there is certainly a sputter of flame comes out the front, and the door swings open.
And just sort of push it aside with the end of the chainsword and peer inside. Can I see anything?
Make me 2 tests. Firstly, you'll need to make me a intelligence test.
Uh-oh.
Straight intelligence?
I'd call it a logic at plus 20. It's not a particularly hard test, but I should use logic a lot more.
All right. The 20 cancels out the negative I get anyway for not having logic, so ends up the same way. 29 out of 31. I'm doing so
Nice.
well at this.
29 out of
Nice.
31. Yeah, you've seen sort of refined Prometheum being used, fueling of aircraft, etc., flamethrowers, etc. Depends how refined you want it. This looks like that someone has put Prometheum on the inside of the crate, and you can still see the residue in places as you open the door. A little bit trickles out in place, still burning. This looks like someone was using a really refined Prometheum to coat the inside of the container or try and destroy something that was there. It looks like someone has ignited Prometheum inside the container. From what you'd guess, it wouldn't have anything to do with that hole in the side. That looks almost like a melter hole. You've seen melters being used to cut bulkheads and stuff internally on ships. It's a lot more common on ships and anti-armor warfare than it is in general person warfare. That would look like some sort of melter blast or melter weapon being used generally at close range. And that looks like it is lanced through in or out, you don't know. The fire inside looks like someone has definitely set fire to Prometheum, or Prometheum has ignited somehow. Give me a awareness check to actually see what's going on in the fire. I'll see what you can determine from that. because there are lots of positive negatives to this one.
Damn.
17 out of 31.
17 out of 31. Bloody hell! Have you just like stolen all the luck for today? Yeah,
That's
like
the thing. Those guys did heresy, so now I'm getting all the luck that they would have otherwise got.
apparently
So it
so.
works.
Yeah, at the back of the crate, as the fire begins to dim down a little bit, just the way the atmosphere is around here, it's not as much oxygen in the air. It's having a hard time feeding the fire. You can just about see as the flames flicker just through the very smoggy sort of oily sort of stuff that burns off the flames. You can see at the back there's some sort of plinth or table or altar or something, some sort of object on which something is burning. It looks like it's sort of shriveled on one side, like some sort of organic, sort of maybe like plastic or something has shriveled and shrunk, and it's become like melted and warped, and kind of like it's got crinkles or creases down it that appear. In the center, fluttering, are like leaves or pages of a book or something like that, and occasionally they spontaneously go, and another one burns up and flies away around the crate, just carried by the air currents. You can hear this weird, drawn out, slowly decreasing in sound.
Is that
It
like an
seems-
obvious living thing sort of noise?
Maybe. It's weird. It might just be the play of the air rushing through the container. It is a weird planet. The atmosphere could play tricks. It's a lot thicker than you're used to.
My guess is that I won't be able to get any closer because I'm barefoot and it's a burning container. So if I stepped in anymore, I'd lose my other leg.
Regardless of what you're wearing, you'll be stepping into burning promethium.
Yeah. So for a while I peer at it like, on Earth, or Terra, and eventually deciding that there's probably not much else I can do because this whole thing's just sort of on fire. I take a couple of steps back and, again, with the chainsword, poke the door till it's closed, if I can.
Yeah, you just give it a bit of pokes and it's closed. It's not bolted locked, but it'll stay relatively closed. It's drawing air in, so technically it will hold itself shut, trying to draw the oxygen into the fire.
I take a look around and see if there's any people around.
Yeah, there's a couple of firebites scanning around nearby, going through the debris. They're not giving you a lot of attention. Certainly one has been glancing over as you've been looking inside the crate, but can't really see anything from its angle.
I turn around and carry on in the direction that I saw the rest of the guys go.
So Carolinus, Garrett, and Cassius are guided through a couple of buildings nearby, and eventually you get to what appears to be a sort of makeshift infirmary. It doesn't appear to be massive. It looks as if they might evac most casualties if they've got any serious wounds. But it's stocked with a few things, and there's certainly a couple of Arbites nearby who at least have some sort of medical training, as sort of denoted by the fact that they're already ready to receive a burn victim, and have got one of the medkits open.
I'm gonna push the doors open and back my way in. Hopefully, Carolinus is right with us here. And I'm gonna lead this to him. This is his territory.
As facing the direction that we're going, because Garrett is backing through, I start directing him towards the nearest bed where we can lay him down. We just hoist him up and just lower him down. I'm already starting to gesture. Are there other personnel here?
There's a couple here, and there's two that came in with you.
Okay, wonderful. Do any of them look like Medicaid?
Two of them have already got open, effectively, well-stocked first aid kits. You wouldn't call them, full-on medical supplies by any means, but they're, well-stocked first aid kits. They'll have stuff like burn treatments, etc.
I'm already in the process as we're laying Cassius down, and again I take another low stick that he's trying to fumble, and I just throw it away, and I look to Garrett and just point out to stop him from doing that, and then I move over to the Medicaid, and I start listing off fairly common, but the sort of textbook supplies you're going to need to treat severe burns.
Yeah.
And I also inquire, How long would it take us to get him to a proper Medicaid facility?
Well, we could probably do that. Could you call it by shuttle, or take you in the shuttle we've got here. Maybe best part of 45 minutes.
That will have to do. Sedatives as well, as you can see, he's not exactly
Seth.
cooperative.
No sedatives. I can. Fine. And he tries to roll sideways out of the bed, and
I push his shoulders down.
No.
And with that, I just look to one of the Medicare, and there's just this shade glance. It's yeah, we need sedative. But then I go back to trying to reassure him, basically. I do lean down and just murmur, "Worry not, Cassius. These wounds are deep, but they will heal. But we need to get you to a proper facility. We don't want an infection with this kind of wound."
He kind of looks you in the eye and just nods at this stage. He's been through a lot. And with that, one of the Medicaid comes over and quickly sedates him while the other puts on some gel wraps around his torso.
I sneak out his pack of glow sticks and lighter while he's sedated.
Yeah, it looks like his lighter may have contributed to the fire on his chest. It's probably why he had an issue putting it out. Having a small stock of refined promethium on your person when you're on fire is probably not the best of plans. However, you do sneak out most of the remains of his glow sticks. They were in his chest pocket.
Just chuck them in the trash. Bunch of garbage.
I go about trying to carefully remove what's left, if anything, is salvageable of his fur cowl and the tokens that he wore and things like that. I also pay special care to his sword. And is that damaged at all?
No, his sword is fine. It's pretty hard to damage the sword itself. The scabbard itself, apart from a little bit of smoke damage, is fine as well. The fur mantle and the tokens seem to have been fine. They don't seem to have been affected. The fur mantle itself is certainly singed in places, but with maybe a little bit of trimming, etc. It's mostly fine. It seems to be somewhat resistant to the flame. It seems like the worst of it was directly on his torso and stomach.
I give the Medicaid instructions that the sword is to remain with him. If he wakes up and it isn't there, he's going to be a very difficult patient. And I quickly explain no nobility, traditions, honor, that sort of stuff. They're probably used to it a little bit.
Yeah.
But otherwise, other than helping them, just make sure that the burn treatments are more or less there. I step back to Garrett and say, "Thank you. That was a great help. You moved swiftly there. I think if we'd been any slower, I'm not sure Cassius would still be alive."
I nod to that, rubbing my hands together, still shaking a little bit. I'm like, he didn't look too long for this world. Is he going to be all right?
The scarring may linger for a time, but I think we may have put out the fire before it became too difficult to treat. He's not going to be in a very good mood for a while, but other than that, he should make a full recovery.
Well, we should probably get back. Are we still going to go ahead on our current time frame, or should we wait for him to recover?
Given the wounds, the surface area that has been burned, and I kind of gesture with my Medicaid mechadendrite, just a few points, like his legs, his arms, his hands, his face. He will take longer to recover than we have grace to wait. We're likely going to have to move without him.
So be it. I give Carolinus a smirk. How much chrome do you plan to add to him?
I mean, metal wouldn't have burned quite as easily as his flesh did. I will make recommendations.
Oh, I head back out the doors. Hopefully we can get some type of service vehicle to get back quickly. No reason to linger walking.
Yeah, as you are literally about to exit the hospital facility, Branda walks in.
I come in and say, "Is Cassius all right?"
He's not dead,
He'll
but he's going
live.
to be out of it for a while.
Yes. He'll make a recovery, but it will take too long to be of any use to our task at hand.
Is there anyone else in the corridor with us at the moment? Do you see we're in the corridor now?
Yeah, the door shuts behind you, and you're cut off. Effectively, there is no one around.
What happened out there?
I sigh, reaching up to kind of just massage my face.
I give Brander a push on the shoulders. I'm like, let's not talk about it inside here. And I head out the door.
Okay.
I look to Garrett at the interruption, and I kind of just like draw my hand across my cheek. It makes a very noticeable kind of stubble brushing sound because his metallic fingers just slowly sliding across. And it's clear that I'm tired. I'm haggard, I'm worn. I haven't shaved in like 3 days. And I just follow him.
Okay.
I walk with them. Is there still nobody around?
Not a lot of people. It looks like most people were somewhat drawn to figuring out the response to an explosion inside the facility, and they may have posted a couple of extra guards just in case. Although they did accept your explanation, it seems to be prudent. Especially if the prisoners find this is a good idea to attack when someone else is attacking or whatever they understand there's a giant explosion going on outside. Do you want to go outside into other parts of the facility, or do you want to actually go outside into the outside environment? It won't harm you for like a few minutes.
I wanted to get a service vehicle so we can head back to our staging area. We're going to go into the...
Oh yeah, you're not far from your staging area, actually. Yeah,
okay.
You're literally a few minute walk.
Okay, I'll start walking that way then.
Okay.
I keep pace with Garrett.
Okay, so you walk through the facility, through some of the adjoining tunnels, etc. Mostly you don't have to go outside in this environment. For the purposes, otherwise, long-term people need to keep their respirators on. And as you talk, you all sort of keep pace with each other.
I'm looking a little bit annoyed about being interrupted before getting any answers, but I just go along with it and walk with the rest of them. As we go, I mentioned we should probably see about getting some new quarters. The Arbites mentioned that it'll be a good idea, what with the windows being blown out.
And glass all over the floor.
Yeah, did I step on that when we were jumping out? Yeah, I
You have been trailing like little bloody footprints around so far.
Yeah, I nod down at the blood marks I'm leaving.
You're still wearing like effectively like pajamas or whatever, so it's been an interesting sight for most people watching you with a las pistol and chainsword walking around in effectively your like your nightgown or whatever. Leaving bloody footprints with like little bits of glass that you didn't actually stop to pull out of your foot, so in places you can see them through the top of the foot. However, your toughness is enough that you tend to withstand all of that. Just make sure that CAROLINUS treats it for infection.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a little bit more severe than I was imagining.
I mean,
yeah, I've just been walking around with glass sticking through my foot. I'm that much of a
in
badass.
places at the front where it's kind of very thin, you've got that very thin like skin between your toes, etc. Not all the way between your toes. You're not webbed foot or anything.
I could have gone fork through that part of my foot before. It does not just, you don't just shrug it off. You immediately crumple to the ground. It's like that leg, nope, that leg's gone. It's KIA. So,
Admittedly, yes, but I'm giving you leeway because you're acolytes of the Inquisition. You've got a little bit of mileage under your belt, and because apparently I cannot hurt you with like 3 points of damage.
I can't believe that someone who is such a badass to walk around with glass sticking through his foot sleeps in pajamas. I'm sorry, you've lost all your coolness.
And I want to know: are they like Transformers pajamas, or what are they? Do they have? Okay,
Brandon,
do they have the Inquisitors on them or something?
I would imagine that there's some sort of like standard issue Imperial like maybe Navy stuff, but probably probably they've just been destroyed. The amount of times I've
you are wearing the standard issue Navy onesie coverall that they wear when they go to bed. It's basically like a very stripped down version of like a boiler suit. It probably would, to be honest, because in space you don't. If like the 0G goes off, you don't want to have to fancy like getting undressed in 0G. It's very annoying. So yeah, it probably does have a butt flap.
Brandon would deliberately wear something that like left him like he could run around in whatever he wore to bed.
Let's just say you're wearing your
emergency
Navy issue boxes. Okay, and leave it at that.
Okay, there's like a giant Imperial Aquila over the
conversation about what pajamas our Navy dude is wearing. My God.
There we go. That is the fan art for today. But yeah, you get back to your quarters. It looks like for the moment, since they didn't get a decent response, they have begun to effectively like tarpaulin and then like adhesive tape and some sort of residue gum to the outside. And because the air pressure outside is less than the air pressure inside, it's holding it, pulling in, so it's actually pushing against the window frame where it used to be, and it seems to be doing a pretty good job actually holding the atmosphere inside for now. Most of the glass, the large chunks, have been quickly removed, but there's certainly an ongoing effort to pick up the smaller chunks outside. As you get inside, there are 2 servitors. There are about 4 Arbites also helping out, and what look like half a dozen menials of some kind.
Okay. I'd like to just issue a quick blast of binary, simply requesting damage report.
Okay. The servitors instantly respond to you, but in a kind of older coding. It looks like these servitors from the response are somewhat out of date by Mechanica standards, and that certainly means something.
Wow.
One of them,
we're talking like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
I mean, not necessarily like they're fully out of date, but like no one's really serviced them in a while for sure.
Like, this is some ancient relic. We must preserve.
It's not quite that awesome. One of them gives you sort of a garbled response back, which you take to include a date, which is today. It's giving you a status report from today. And there are some headlines that include status and report. Most of the rest is garbled. It looks like that one doesn't seem to be having a particularly good day in terms of its cognitive unit. The other one gives you a list of its functions that are still online. It's suffering a couple of failures in its motor tracks. One arm is operating at 50% capacity. Its pattern recognition filter is on auxiliary mode. Other than that, it seems to be doing fairly okay.
This would likely have taken place in just the time it would take to say a word or two in a normal conversation, because that's the whole point of binary. It's for rapid data transfer. So yeah, you, Branda and Garo would probably just hear there's a and then a equally weird response, and then I simply nod, like I've just got everything I wanted. Though I give the one that gave a garbled response a bit of an odd glance. But other than that, I seem content with the response I got.
It looks like it has been given somewhat makeshift surgery in the last couple of years. You can see that certain sections of it have been re-welded on. A couple of panels are missing, like a screw here or there. But it's still doing its job. It's still sweeping up most of the glass.
Okay.
As you get
glance at this exchange for a moment, but I've seen this sort of thing before.
Yeah. So you get into your quarters. The glass on the inside of your windows hasn't been touched. They have not gone inside your quarters because Inquisition quarters, they have very strict instructions not to touch your shit. So they have not entered at all. Your bed is still covered in a little bit of glass here. There's still a fine sort of coating of glass across the ground near your window. But other than that, the place is pretty much like how you left it. There is still the body of the tech priest who was associated with whatever was going on. Still the stuff that was recovered from his hab, where he had detonated a weapon that someone destroyed most of the floor of the area he was on. And I believe that was mostly it, apart from a lot of reports and stuff that were generated by Cassius regarding the map around the underground area that he got from reading someone's mind.
Well, I go over to my my quarters, sigh at seeing all the glass around. I make my way to the sort of least glass covered side of the bed, favoring my metal foot. Sit down and start taking the glass out of my not so good foot.
You pull a couple of chunks out and you kind of wince in pain as a sort of a gasp of intake of air. But other than that, you mostly tough it out. Toughness bonus 3 has its perks.
4.
4? Oh yeah, 4 for you. Yeah, sorry, I mean 4 all the time. I've been saying this. Toughness 4 is definitely you ignoring glass.
I'm fine. Happens all the time.
I move over to my quarters and open the door to actually look in and see how much damage there is. How much damage is there in my quarters?
Because the position of your quarters, it wasn't as bad as like Branda or Garrett's. The glass has been shattered and someone's put up this tarpaulin over the outside, but the glass seems to mostly shatter away from the bed, over towards the little unused desk, and across a little bit of the floor.
Okay. I actually move across and knock on Branda's door, and whilst I'm doing that, I ask out, have your quarters been cleaned?
Nope. It's a mess.
I open the door.
And as soon as he opens the door, I just look across the floor and just check it. And seeing the glass on the floor. You said there were Arbites in here, yes?
Oh, they didn't come in here.
Sorry, that was an OC question to EE. Were there other Arbites in the main part of this building? Are they in here with us?
No, not in the Inquisitor quarters. They've been given very strict instructions not to be entering there. In fact, there's a passkey system on the door. There's only 5 people with passkeys. You, Branda, Garrett, Cassius, and the captain of the guard, who is now effectively in charge of this operation, below you in the chain of command.
Okay. It doesn't seem that the damage is significant. I could have the servitors brought in here to clean this up, and then their cognite units wiped.
That
should
fine. Just head into my room and start kicking the glass around with my shoes. I don't care.
Very well. I'm going to go back out and I'm going to issue a command to the servitors to enter through the door that I'll keep open and to repair the damage and clean up the damage, and at the same time speak to the Arbites who are outside. And I'm going to request the Vox code so that I can contact whoever's in charge of the servitors.
Sure. So effectively,
Like
the guy looks at you a bit like, sir, we don't actually have anyone in charge of the servitors around here. They've been here for a fair few years. We got them after Beta got some newer ones.
Who maintains them? Wait, that's a stupid question. They haven't been maintained in years.
Not really, sir.
Very well. I maintain them myself, and I go back in after them.
No problems, sir. You go back in after them. You told them to, what was it, clean up and repair?
Yeah.
Okay. You gave them the instructions worded as such, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Both of them have...
Specifically, I said clean up and repair the damage.
Okay, yeah. So they go in and they start going through the rooms. They barge in. One of them actually kind of pushes into Branda, trying to find a way around. Carolinus, as soon as you walk in, you notice that that's the one that's somewhat more damaged of the two. But eventually managed to find its way around. Like that really weird pathing bug that like AIs in games tend to have, where they just kind of ram into something from different angles till they find a way past. and then eventually makes its way into his room. They both start clearing up through your bedrooms.
I offer my apologies to Branda and kind of mutter something about no respect for the gifts of the Omnisire. I more or less actually shadow that one, just making sure it's actually doing what I told it to do.
I just make sure to give them a wide berth so I don't have one like start walking over me or anything.
That one then continues on into the lab area. The other one continues on through into Carolinus' room.
Was there any damage in the lab area?
I didn't have any
Did it have
windows.
any external windows?
No.
Then I order it back out and
Okay.
say to ignore this room.
It looks at the corpse of the tech priest on the table, which is pretty badly damaged, along with all of his damaged belongings, and then just turns around. You kind of think he would assume that was damaged, so he was going to try and repair that. And it heads back and it starts cleaning up Garrett's room.
I wouldn't. If it was a properly maintained servitor, I might have let it try. It did cross my mind, but I was like, no.
Yeah,
it's
probably
okay.
probably a smart move. Both of them clear up your rooms and then stand like they've got nothing to do.
Okay.
Get out of here. Tell the one that's in my room.
This lifeless sort of face with these kind of cybernetic eyes from pallid flesh with cables sticking out just looks at you. Doesn't do anything.
I pick up anything from the nightstand or the floor or whatever, and I start throwing it. And I said, get out of here!
Where do you throw it?
At its head.
Oh, the nightstand like bounces off of its head, lands behind it, and it immediately turns around, picks up the nightstand, and puts it exactly back where you got it from.
Carolinus, this thing's dumber than dirt.
Little wonder that you're getting on so well with it then. But seeing that Garrett is getting a bit frustrated, I do command it out of the room in front of me. And I actually tell him to go to the living area and wait.
Okay, they both head out to the living area of the hab, and then they stand to attention in the middle of the room.
Yep. And I'm just going to leave him there for now.
Okay. And with that, you are left, all three of you, in the center of effectively the common area that leads into the living area and has the lab adjacent to it. Now Servitorless.
Right, that's a bit
I-
better.
I actually
I'm
go
gonna
and check on Branda. Just make sure his room is okay. Has everything been repaired satisfactorily?
Seems to be all right.
Wonderful. You're likely going to need a good sleep before tomorrow, as are we all. I call out to Garrett.
By the way, my character sheet currently says that I have 5 out of 12 wounds. I can't remember what happened that made that the case. Wait, did we take a bunch of psychic damage? That might have been it.
Yeah, I think that was it.
No,
Maybe.
that was what it was. Okay, so I'm going to point out to Carolinus. After this whole ordeal, I'm not feeling too great.
You can see that his eyes are like bloodshot, and he's got a little bit of blood dribbling from one ear.
Well, you've been walking around with glass in your feet. I was going to say something, but you seem fairly happy with the situation. Do you want me to take a look at the wounds?
That'll probably be best. And then I noticed the small amount of blood leaking from my ear, and I'm like, oh. I don't know if Carolinus notices this. I'll probably after seeing it, I'll probably show him.
Carolinus
That's
has a
just
very
out
high
of it.
perception because of his like augur way as well, and he's a medical person, so yeah, he notices.
That just showing him blood is just asking for staples.
To my eardrum.
Staple your ear closed. Just fold your ear over and then just
That'll
staple it
fix
in
it.
place. There we
The
go.
blood won't come out anymore.
Yeah. I fixed you. You were leaking.
You were leaking, yeah.
But okay, I gesture for him to sit down. And when he shows me the blood, yes, there was a loud noise. I don't know if you missed it. You couldn't have since you got up, but that this happens. I'm sure that you've seen people recoiling from grenades and the likes.
Yeah, that
Flashbangs.
was.
What's the name of flashbangs here? Because I forget. There was a different name, wasn't there, for a flashbang grenade in 40K?
There are many names for them. You can call them flashbangs. You can call them stun grenades. You can call them sonic
stun grenades. You've likely got some perforation in your eardrum. The fact that you're talking to me all right, though, tells me that it's nothing serious.
Yeah, that was a weird explosion.
It was. And I cursed. Cassius. Granted, I think he's learnt his lesson, and I start looking at your feet.
Okay.
I'll sit down somewhere to be ministered to.
Make a general sort of a medicine check for this, then.
Okay. Am I checking to see how bad his feet are?
Just a general, like, a healing test, effectively. He's not in critical,
okay.
so it's a pretty easy test.
Let me just double check.
In fact, you're not under pressure at all, and since you're all going to go to sleep anyway pretty soon, and you have a ridiculous ability to pass your tests, I will say you can just pass it with 1 degree of success, which plus your intelligence is 5 wounds or whatever, so Brander's back to full health. It's not a hard test for you. It's really
that would
easy.
put me... Well, I meant that I was at 5 out of 12, so I need 7.
I'll give you 7 then anyway. It's still really easy for Carolus to do, and he can spend a lot of time on it.
And I'll take that.
Yeah, honestly, just to see how I can do, let's roll the roll. Let me just double check all of the pluses. You're not in critical. You're 5 out of 12, aren't you?
Yeah. Which is to be a critical fail now.
You are heavily wounded, but you're not in critical.
Okay.
Nice.
8
0,
out of
8.
92.
That's like 10 degrees of success plus your intelligence. Like, he would have healed you from 0 wounds to full with ease. Dude's a machine.
I feel great after this.
Yeah, I've only been poking your feet, but the bleeding from your ears has stopped.
That's because his
That acupuncture
mechadendrite,
is
where you haven't been
amazing.
looking, has been poking the back of your head.
Yeah, the headache's gone. You feel surprisingly awake at the moment.
Considering you got woke up in the middle of the night after only a couple of hours sleep, you feel really good. Like,
I'm
you
wondering
feel
at what
like
point-
100%.
At what point is Carolinus going to start jabbing the glass around in the foot and be going, you know what, if you replace this leg too?
Whilst this has been going on, that is literally all I've been saying. You notice how your other leg isn't bleeding? You notice how you walked over the glass with that leg? No damage. This leg, full of glass. Blood everywhere. If you were being hunted by genes today, it would be able to follow you by blood trail alone.
I'm responding with, well, I don't usually, walk on glass. It's not a habit. Generally, I'll be wearing, shoes.
There's a
But anyway,
question.
thanks for the help.
With your metal legs, do you guys wear shoes?
I don't.
I do. And he'll know that, so far since getting the metal leg, I've always just been, fully clothed over it, so you wouldn't even tell it was there, apart from...
Yeah, but
occasional
your metal
hissing.
leg is a poor quality one, so it's literally just this blocky transformer leg with pistons and joints. So your trousers just sit around this boxy leg oblong shape with the visible pistons kind of moving under the fabric, and your shoe is about 8 times bigger than the one on the other foot. It's literally just leather sewn around the bottom of your foot in a shoe shape.
It is, really awkward actually trying to have to shop shoes. You've got, one that's an 8, and the other one is, a size 12. It's kind of weird. People give you odd looks when you go shoe shopping.
Opponents hate me. Oh crap, now we've got 2 odd ones.
They won't even do that here. My feet are actually a full size different. I can't buy them. They won't sell me one shoe from a pair. They won't.
I don't think they do it here. I've never had to ask.
No, I'm fairly certain they don't do it here either. I'm surprised. Okay. Random fact about Garrett. He's got different size feet. What a strange guy.
Anyway,
You should find someone with oppositely sized ones so that you can both together
you
buy the
need to
shoes.
have foot pals.
Yeah.
There should be a
There needs to be
website
a
for that,
website.
where you can
Yes.
match yourself with a foot pal, And that way you can always buy the same pair of shoes and get the right sizes.
This is amazing.
You could make a fortune
this.
out of this.
No, your
Gotta register
football
this
would
URL
end up
immediately.
being a woman. So every other pair of shoes you buy would be heels. Or, well, actually, it might not be heels. Sod it. It would just
Yeah.
she'd have like awesome biker leathers.
I mean, if you
She's a
can find a
mechanic.
woman with size 8 and size 12 feet in the opposite, like, I mean, sure, that'd work.
Or she's an astronaut and they're mag boots. It's the only boots she wants. She lives her job. She's a career woman.
Yes. Anyway, you finished doctoring Brenda up. Is there anything more you want to do tonight or discuss, or do you want to sleep on it?
I will be going to sleep, but I will be checking on the servitors and trying to basically wipe their cognite units.
Sure. Make me just 2 techies tests. They are pretty poor condition, so one of them will have a plus 20 because it's just been so poorly maintained that you can quite easily get root access. The other one is just so messed up you don't get any bonus whatsoever.
Oh,
No, I don't.
What the hell? This is always what you
73,
do.
and you wanted a 72. Yeah, for whatever reason, the
I'll
normal
actually
security
take that
overrides you
one.
use just aren't affecting this one.
I'm just going to fake it, hopefully.
Oh god, this
There
is a
you
use
go.
of fate. 11. Yeah, quite easily you go, wait a minute, I know, and you just like type some lure in or something, and it works. Yeah.
Ah, fantastic. Nope,
Oh, no.
I'll fake that one as well.
Oh my god, this is your use of fate for today? I mean,
You
to be
said
fair,
we were
eventually,
gonna- we're gonna
you've
have
got
it
a lot
back.
of sleeping before you... Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, 90 on a 52. You get 33. With a 33, you manage to... The broken one takes a little bit longer, but you do manage to wipe it.
They're both pretty old, and I'm surprised the convoluted paths I have to go through and the regular litanies just aren't working. And then I offer them libations, and it's all fine then. Once I get them
Yeah.
drunk, it becomes a lot easier.
And with that, most of they sort of wiped. You leave them just outside the door, and then they boot back up, and then they go on their way, continuing whatever plan they had initially beforehand. Did you want to then go to sleep?
Yes,
Okay.
I will be resting.
Garrett, are you going to sleep?
Oh, I'm already out like a light, man.
Bam.
Didn't even close my door.
Branda, did you want to check on the crate?
I guess it won't be on fire now, will it?
You could check.
Okay, I'll go back to my quarters. Has everyone got like separate ones, or
Yeah, each person's got a
We've all got
small,
separate
separate quarter.
I'll go back to my quarters and then wait till I hear Carolinus go to bed.
You hear the of his pistons kind of settling down as he gets into bed.
And a while later, once I'm sure I won't be noticed, I'll slip out and make my way back to the crate.
Would there be a chance that I would notice this? Because I've
Uh,
got an auger already. I've got all sorts of things that might be picking up stuff
It will be
going on.
feeding you less data into your brain when you're asleep.
Oh, yeah,
because otherwise, but make awareness tests at a minus. The walls here are pretty thin, etc. I'd just say it'd be a minus 30.
Okay.
Branda, make your stealth roll.
Damn.
But I can re-roll it because it's a
Auger array.
perception-based check.
Yeah.
Flat stealth?
It would be a flat
Whoa.
stealth, yes.
Oh no. Well, that went wrong. 60 out of 43.
So,
against
Brenda-
an 8 out of 50.
As you're going through the main like living quarters, it looks like you weren't quite expecting them to have put some of the furniture back where it was, and in the dark, not even turning the lights on without any vision enhancement, you kind of elbow one of the chairs over, and it teeters and goes. Carolinus, you definitely catch that with your auger ray. In fact, you almost sleep through that, but your auger ray warns you that there could be an intruder alert because some loud sound suddenly happened, like someone breaking through a door or something, and it wakes you up and then plays you the sound back. Garrett, for the sake of it, also make me an awareness check at minus 30.
Aw. Even if I hear it, I don't want to get up.
Okay, roll it and we'll see. 60.
Yeah, I don't
You know, yeah. That's Branda, sorry. What did you get? Oh, it's rolling. Wow, Firefox is really slow today for me. But yeah, 57. You just like happy. You just roll over in your sleep. You like some way in your dream, like a loud knock happened, but it merges itself with your dream. It's fine. Carolinus, you definitely heard that. And in fact, from tracking back in the auger array, you did so on your awareness check. Judging by the footfalls and the shifting of one foot being sort of kind of a metallic muffled footfall in a boot, it's Brander.
I could tell it's Brandon because of his gammy leg.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Damn it. Stupid leg.
Glorious. I don't actually get out of bed or even open my eyes, but my optical mechadendrite just slowly starts to rise like some sort of insidious snake from a Disney movie, just moving up, just weaving back and forth. It hasn't turned on any of the lights, but now it's looking around. But I'm in a closed room.
Yeah.
Brandon won't know this.
I mean, your optical mechadendrite does have an infrared light, so it can see itself. But your room is still locked, etc. But you can follow him pretty well with your auger array, especially considering his gammy leg and you rolled so well to pick it up originally. And you hear Brandon exit through the front, and then he's no longer on the same sort of metallic surface of the hab units. You'd guess that he's gone onto the normal ground surrounding.
Okay. My room is the container was behind my hab unit, wasn't it?
It was behind Brander and Garrett's. It's kind of, if you go out your window, left like 20 meters.
So it's left of my window, or
left of your window.
Okay.
You have to go out and then left because yours is on the side of this unit rather than on the back.
Okay. All right. So it's not with, like, if the optical mechadendrite peeked out the window, it wouldn't be able to get sight on what was going on outside.
No, not really. And not particularly well either. It depends where he'd come from to approach the shipping container. Also, doing that would breach the seal, and it might make the environmental alarms think that there is a damage to the structure,
given that, then,
which could be bad.
I wait a few moments, and then I get up.
Okay. Are you planning effectively to follow him?
I'm going to go out into the room, and then I'm going to, since it was Brandon who left, I'm going to go into his room.
Okay. You enter Brandon's room.
I'm looking around. Did he try to sleep? Did he just wake up? Has he basically been in bed, or did he just sit there and wait? Because
I would have
a
been
lot of information
sat
you get
in the
from
bed, waiting.
Yeah, make a. Is intelligence scrutiny something that there is? I keep calling for something that there isn't.
Yes. No. Sorry.
No.
Scrutiny, perception scrutiny.
Yeah, make a logic check.
Okay.
Plus 10 to the roll, or whatever. Not that you need it. That is pretty good. An 18 on a 42. What you can see from the way that the servitors have left the bedclothes and stuff, it looks like that he may have sat down, maybe just lay down on top of the quilt itself. But the actual bed does not look like it's been slept in. No one has actually moved the quilt back and then got under it. It looks like that he was waiting specifically. He's gone out fully clothed, wearing his chainsword and his pistol. They aren't around. It looks like that he is on the prowl.
Okay. I'm going to wait for a few more moments. And my optical mechadendrite is going to just extend over towards the window. It's still in darkness, because I'm assuming his room is not lit.
Yeah, he had the light off, and he's never turned any lights on for sneaking.
So it's going to move over to the window, and it's just going to simply look outside. I probably got a decent view outside of the crates from here, or not?
The plastic's still over the window. The windows are not visible. You can't see out at the moment.
Is it opaque plastic? I thought it was
it's opaque.
Right,
yeah,
sorry.
no, sorry.
I had a different mental image. Sorry,
it's effectively like if you've got a bin
everything.
liner. It is very thin.
Right.
It's just enough to hold atmosphere at bay, and the pressure of the atmosphere will keep it jammed up against the window frame.
All right. Sorry for my mistake there.
No, it's okay. I didn't communicate that.
Then I'm gonna wait like a minute or two, and then I'm gonna follow outside.
Okay, so a minute or two. So yeah, for now, make me a stealth roll. Brandon, make me a perception roll, and I'll tell you when those apply.
Okay.
Perception or awareness or something?
Sorry, awareness. Yeah, it'll be awareness.
We both did terribly.
That is
I'm gonna
impressive.
Use my last fate point on that before I sleep. An 83 versus a 10. We both rolled in the 80s on our test. That was
so
pretty bad.
for
Well, I guess
the
well,
MP3, they both absolutely trashed their rolls with rolls in the 80s.
if
I'm just
fate is
imagining-
just going to be replenished by sleep anyway, then screw it. I'm going to do that too.
Totally me as well.
I'm just imagining a failed stealth. Target 10, he rolled 83. What is he doing? Like just picking up random things
Like
and
he walks
banging
into
it
your room
around?
and crashes into you. Like that's that sort of level of fail. Branda rolled 2 degrees of success on the awareness check. Carolina's got 3 degrees of failure. As far as 4 degrees of failure. Okay, I'll let you know when there's apply. So Carolina's, you start making your way out. You are fully aware that you're not the most stealthy of people with your 2 legs being designed.
That's the whole
not with
waiting a
stealth in
couple of
mind.
minutes and not
yeah.
leaping into action and things like that. I'm aware, yeah.
So, in the meantime, Branda, you get to the crate. It doesn't look like it's on fire anymore. There's not really any fire visible. There's no real smoke coming out of it.
I go up to it and check that it has like cooled down because I'm not sure how much time has actually passed since
You
last
touch
time I was
it.
there.
It's mildly warm to the touch now. It's been about an hour or 2.
Well, this time I'll open the door with my hand and again from where I'm standing, take a look at what I could see in there before.
Okay, what you can see in there is effectively very blackened. It looks like there's a lot of the residue that was inside the container has been distributed quite evenly into a sort of pasting of soot. Further in, there appear to be like some chains lying on the ground. There seems to be some fragments of some sort of canister. You would assume, based on the knowledge that you knew it was promethium, that it probably some sort of promethium canister. There seems to be some sort of damaged kind of heaped bits of ash and stuff in the far end, but there's not very much around a sort of upright object. And then lying around are melted bits of plastic, and that's sort of what you can see from this distance. They're kind of lying at the corner along the edge of the crate.
Is the plinth still there? The one that was there before?
Yeah. And there's a little pile of burnt bits of ash and some sort of shriveled stuff.
I'll walk into the crate and take a look at what's on the plinth.
Okay, make me some screening perception checks. Just one would be good enough.
Perception.
You've got quite a long time to investigate, so we'll say there'll be like a plus 30 to this.
Still not enough.
So with 63 or 31, you're not really sure. There's a little bit of ash on the plinth itself. And a lot of it's being kicked around. You're not really sure what that was. The plinth itself seems to be some sort of crate or container of some kind. It seems to have somewhat weathered the heat okay-ish, although it is somewhat damaged and sort of the markings and stuff have been burnt off it. Around the edge, these sort of yay large-sized objects, sometimes as large as that, made of plastic, seem to have been pretty much melted entirely. Some of their remains of the inside of them are a little bit shriveled and looks like some sort of organic thing, but beyond that, you can't really tell. A lot of it's been damaged. It's very dark in here, and you don't have any light. Sadly, you cannot really make anything out in detail.
So seeing that there's nothing much to be gleaned more than I'd seen already, I just start making my way back out of the crate.
Okay, at this point, after a couple of minutes looking around, poking around in depth, you hear a clump, 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 clump. It sounds like someone is trying to sneak up on the crate. Not doing a great job of it. And they sound quite metallic and heavy on the ground itself. You can hear them fumbling with a mechadendrite as it gets caught in one of the sections of their robe. Sounds like they're not quite used to stealthing.
I freeze for a moment, then I look around. Is it coming from from the door direction?
It's coming from outside, not maybe directly the door. A lot of the sound comes in through the door, though, so you can't really tell from in here.
And there's, I guess, seeing as everything in here has recently been on fire, there's probably nowhere to, like, nothing to hide behind.
You could hide behind the plinth, maybe. It'd be a difficult squeeze, but you could try it.
I'll try that.
Okay, you dive behind the plinth. Roll me stealth.
Why are we stealthing
Think
from
plinth.
each other?
Because I don't know it's him. And even if I did, I'd still be wondering why he was there. I failed miserably, though.
Carolinus. You walk up to the crate. It looks like Brand has gone inside. You don't know where he is.
Even with my thermal macadendrite,
It can't see
I've got
through
an
the
infrared
crate.
torch.
Yeah, you can see...
right.
Yeah, you can't see the heat spectrum. What you can see is effectively a wavelength that no one else can see. So you can see without putting a light on.
I'm literally like... But I'm not at the door, because you said I was moving towards the door.
Yeah, effectively, if you want to, like, peek into the crate with it, you can.
Yeah. I want to peek into the crate with it.
Okay, you stick it through the little hole
Fairly
that's
certain who's there.
Cash has melted before. Make a awareness check. Brander got 4 degrees of failure on his...
Reroll that.
And you
I like
get...
that ability.
Yeah, so with 4 degrees of failure, Brander, like, you think you're hiding behind the plinth. It is very hard to get a human-sized person behind that plinth. And while your shoulders and your head and maybe your knees are behind it, your back and your ass is just sticking completely out. And Caroline, as you poke the medical macadendrite, the torch in, and you just see, like, Brander, half hidden behind a plinth, half completely out.
Do I notice that he looks round?
Make a perception check because it's dark, -30. You're looking at the 05s, aren't you, or something like that?
I needed a 1, and I got a 93.
Yeah, you have no
Like,
idea.
I'm so
You
hidden,
think
this
you're
is
doing
great.
a really good job right now. And in fact, the person who was stealthing towards you, you can't hear them anymore. So either they've stopped or they've left.
Inside.
I'll stay where I am.
I move around to the front of the crate.
Yeah.
The heavy chains are still on the floor, aren't they?
Yeah, they're still lying around the front.
Close the doors, lift the chains, lock it. And
As
then
soon as
go
I
back
hear the
to
noise,
bed.
I jump up and go for the door.
Both of you make initiative rolls then to see who gets there first.
Goodness.
Caroline's is pretty
Right.
quick with the chains. He's done this before. And he's got, like, the macadamia.
I've locked people in cargo containers before.
Yeah.
Now you
Where's
just-
my initiative? Oh, there it is.
Now I just need to find some more Promethium and it'll all
Brander's
be
on
done.
an 8.
Got an 8.
I've got a 6.
Caroline, so you go to, like, you put the chains around, and as you go to put the big, heavy lock through, Brander just runs up and barges shoulder first through the edge of the cargo container, knocking you a couple of steps backwards, and, like, lands on the floor in front of you.
Is he still in his pajamas?
He's wearing his Navy uniform,
Was
sadly.
he actually shoulder barging the door?
Well, he would have had to try and get there in time. You're both rushing to do it. Like, as soon as you start doing the chain, it's loud. He hears that,
Yeah.
he starts running. As soon as he starts running, you know he's running. You're rushing as fast as possible.
From the ground, I say, "What the hell are you doing, man?" Getting to my feet.
I'm looking down at him before he even gets up. Okay, to answer the same question?
I was having a look in this crate. See what the hell you were
hiding
doing here.
in the crate. What
Well,
person?
I heard
does
you
something
following
like that?
me. I wanted
What
to
are you
see
doing
what
up?
you were going to do when you came in here.
I wasn't coming in here. I was simply going to lock it up. And if some too curious for his own good guardsman was in there, then he was going to get a long night in a cold crate.
Odd timing,
Perhaps
isn't it?
next time he would ask instead of poking around.
Carolinus, make a deceive check. Brander, make a fellowship screening check.
What am I deceiving?
You're deceiving that you knew it was him in the crate.
Oh, I just said it. I knew it was him. I said a guardsman.
He's a Navy boy.
Oh, I thought he was in the... Sorry.
Yeah.
Ben.
I
was
thought you were
trying to
literally
be
trying to
clear. No,
deceive. Okay, that's fine. Recon that. You said Navy boy, fly boy, whatever. Yeah.
Sorry, that was. I keep thinking of him as Imperial Guard, and I know I should get out of that habit.
It rolls off the tongue easier than fly boy.
Yeah, it does actually.
I say odd timing to come out and look it up at this time.
Well, I would have slept through the night if someone hadn't woken me up by knocking over a chair.
I was gonna say curse under my breath. I cursed in my head. But damn it, I should have aborted at that point.
Well, now that he's out, I go along and I lock up the container.
Okay.
I watch as he does this for a while and I say, so what was in there?
You're asking me now? You've had more than enough time to look.
Well, there's not much in there now, that's for sure.
No.
What was it that you said there?
Sorry. I said I would have thought we were beyond the need of questions at this point.
Well, before it all burned away, there was something in there.
Yes, there was.
I saw a bit of it before it was all gone.
I sigh as I'm just finishing up padlocking the crate. And what did you see? And I reach down to help him get up if he's still on the floor, cursing in his mind.
At this point, I'm up. I'm probably leaning on my chainsword or something.
Okay.
Well, you should know that as much as I do.
I
Why
laugh.
don't you tell me before I...
Start this way. But as he says before I stop, and my optical mechadendrite just kind of swivels around and just kind of slithers a little bit closer till it's in front of his face. And then I wait.
See, when I walked up, Carolinus came up with some crap about standing by Prometheum. He was trying to hide something that you were doing. So I'm not going to tell you what I saw until you tell me.
He absolutely stood next to Prometheum.
Now, I'm not going to tell you what I saw in there until you tell me what was in there. And if you tell me something that doesn't make sense...
I say... What, Branda? What will you do?
Well, not trust you for a long time.
Is anything about this situation worthy of either of our trust? You're right, I do know what was in there. And so does Cassius. Because he was worthy of my trust.
Well, that got him in a good place, didn't it?
I sigh again, and I start walking. Get some rest, Branda.
Okay.
I stand there for a while, frustrated. And then I start walking after him.
Carolinus, make me an awareness check. Actually, it'll be a scrutiny perception check.
Scrutiny perception.
You're not specifically looking for it, so it will be like a -20.
Then I just failed
11.
it.
Ooh.
This is perception. I can roll
Well,
again.
actually, you've got night vision anyway, so
Yeah.
you just about notice it out the corner of your eye that fluttering outside the hole, where Splat burned and melted blast through it, are two burnt, damaged pages.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost Bentham.
This is such a good tech show tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Something's just not right this winter. 2016 is just not the best.
Bentham, back in a minute. PC,
Yeah.
once
We'll
per
wait for him.
stream, as regularly as clockwork, will decide to crash. So he will be
But
back.
it-
But since he's
It
going to
only
bed...
happens. That's true. Yeah, it only happens when we're doing roll for it, though.
Yeah, it's really weird. But since he's going to bed, Branda heads to his bedroom. Caroline, what do you want to do?
I move over the pages. I literally move over them. I wait until I'm fairly certain that Branda is left, and then I collect them.
Okay. You head back to
Fold
your
them up,
room.
and I slide them into my robe.
Okay. You head back to your rooms. Now you're in your room and Branda's in his, and you're pretty sure he's in his from your Olga array, just to speed things up rather than making you check for miscellaneous
Okay.
crap. Would you like to have a look at them?
No, I don't. At the moment, I imagine we have various like boxes and like lock boxes and those sorts of things. with our
You've got
person.
a desk which has a locked drawer. Most of the rest of the unit is assumed to be secure because there is a key to the front.
Yeah.
But that is.
Are
one
there
place in
any
your
like
room that is secure.
equipment chests or anything like that we have? Have we had our equipment brought to us from the Sky Beast?
Yeah, like the equipment you've brought in from the Sky Beast, sure. You don't have much of it though, so most of it could fit in like a couple of backpacks or whatever. Nothing super secure that's personalized to you. There are equipment things in the facility itself in your unit, but they're passkey coded, which anyone else in the group can get into. Depends what you want to do with it. Branda, by the way, I need to make a perception check with a -30. Well, -20 because you're fairly close.
Right. Perception. You know, awareness -20.
That is the one, yes.
I don't know why everything crashed. I thought I'd fixed the problem.
Nice
happening.
roll.
Oh,
Look at
10
that
out of
Very
11.
nice roll.
Okay, as Carolinus walked with you, you notice him secrete some sort of paper into the folds of his robes that it looks like his mechadendrite scrawled away from the ground.
Just completely out of character here. EE, you are aware that secrete and secret are completely different words. And that
I
just
was wondering
sounds
what the
so
hell I
weird.
was secreting. I've just secreted paper. I'm so nervous. I'm sweating pulped wood.
I mean, Carolinus might do that anyway, but yes. It's one of those days. The fact my brain has partially crashed is like the minimal one of our worries right now. He
sorry.
secrets them around his person, Branda, which you just catch.
In fairness, I also got those two words mixed up for a while
Yeah.
when reading them. I take note of that, but I don't say anything.
Cool. So you go back to your room, you fall asleep. Carolinus, where do you want to put them?
I'll keep them on my robes.
Okay. You'll keep them in your robes, and you'll go to sleep. You all get wounds back, fate back, etc.
Right.
Now, is
wait,
there
I was-
anything you want to do as a pressing concern before you do your plan to infiltrate the prison? And you'll have to remind me which plan you were going with. There were several suggested.
Well, I wanted to get a hold of the guy who was showing me the shooting range while
That would be
everyone
the
else
captain
was
of the
having their
guard.
wonderful dinner party.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to see if we could get one of the governor's personal guards to join us.
Sure. You go talk to the captain of the guard, whose name you eventually find out is Zale.
Zale.
And he's having breakfast in the mess hall at this point. Very nice to see you. Sir, take a seat. Is something I
I
can help
grabbed
you
some
with?
breakfast. I grabbed some breakfast so I can sit
Okay.
down and eat with this guy. What do they have anyway? Is it eggs and bacon? Is it
It's not great.
dried? It's not great. Oh, I'm chowing down anyway.
It's worse than the ration packs you would normally have when you're doing field work out of Sky Beast.
I
kind of
give
a bit
him a
slop.
nice, I give him a nice grin, a smirk while I'm
There are
eating.
some vaguely grey chunks in the slop.
Then they're dripping from my teeth.
God.
Zale, I was wondering if you could help us out. We have a bit of an issue on our hands.
Yeah, what is it?
You know how we plan on entering Compound A? It's called Compound? whatever. You know how we plan on entering Compound A tomorrow?
Yeah.
We don't have our full complement of people. Unfortunately, Cassius got into a bit of a problem with the crates, and the crate won. So Cassius has been hospitalized for the next
Oh, yeah, I heard
good
about
while.
that. What happened?
Uh-huh. You know, I don't know. What he told me was he lit a glow stick too close to some promethium, and boom went the promethium, which did look like what happened. He was burnt pretty bad on his chest. All his glow sticks were gone. It was not a pretty sight. So he's in the hospital for now. And I was hoping if you could spare someone from your team who was a good shot, who could help us out down in Compound A.
And he looks across the table to the guy kind of just like a little bit down from him and goes, you could have... Oh, those protein cubes don't go down well. Hey, well, you can have Hale if you want. It makes it much easier on radio traffic since his name's somewhat similar to mine. It's kind of awkward trying to talk to the same unit with two people of the same name involved. You can take Hale if you want. He's a pretty decent shot. Sergeant, but we could probably do with splitting the groups up a little bit and make sure we've got a liaison.
Has he been down in Alpha Colony before?
I think he's been down there once before. He was attached to a unit of Arbeits.
I get a big grin and I keep forking more slop into my face. Like, he sounds like the proper man for the job. Have him report to our facility in a couple hours, please.
I will do.
Thank you very much, Zale. And I'll take my plate with me. I'm going to keep eating on the way.
Okay.
I love how one-track mind Garrett's brain is. It's just so great.
Carolinus, Brand, anything you want to do before the 2 days? You do have the body of the tech priest and his personal
Yeah,
effects.
I want to be looking over the body. I'm just going to bury myself in work.
Okay.
Though, assuming the Garrett's gone out and Brando wakes up, I do stop my work and I look up. And for a moment, I just stare at him. Then I nod. Feeling any better?
And you're just sitting there while he wakes up. You're sitting in his room watching him.
I'm working. Like I'm assuming that he came out the door, like at some point. I'm literally working over this guy's body.
Yeah, in the lab, which is just like the doors open and like this little mechadendrite with a light on is looking at you, Brander, as you come out, and you hear Cassius call out to you from inside.
You got my name on it. At this
sorry.
point, I'm starting to feel that just no one cares about me anymore. Damn it.
I'm too worried about Cassius and that burn. I don't think he'll survive.
Oh dear. He's going to blame me if he comes back and he has no face, by the way, and I don't like this. He can melt people.
You're muted, Bentham.
I was wondering.
It will happen at least once per stream.
Yeah, well, once per stream. Once per stream, I have to not unmute myself and crash. Those are the two. But yeah, I can't. It's so annoying when you say something and then you have to try and remember what you said. It was some.
Yeah. Brenda comes out looking somewhat tired, and it looks like he can't even.
I'm very scatterbrained. That's the thing. But my sleep's been interrupted quite a lot. Had a lot to deal with. My brain got sort of exploded by demons at one point. I was nuked the day before. It's been a tough week.
Honestly, it's quite true. You've held up well.
It's something you can put on your resume.
But I wait for a
Thursday.
response though. I give you time. And as it looks like you're taking a while, I get back to my work. When my optical mechadendrite is still watching you.
So what was it you said when I came out?
Are you feeling better after your sleep?
Yeah, I'll be alright. I'll go find somewhere to have breakfast or whatever.
Okay, you go to the mess hall.
And at that point, I walk in, and I've got my tray of gray slop, and I'm still slopping away at it. Oh yeah. You guys are finally up?
Yeah, it was a long night.
Oh, I slept like a baby, and it was glorious. No more explosions at all.
No,
you're
but
hungry,
something
there's-
still did manage to wake me up at one point. I mutter as I'm continuing to work.
Well, I hope you got enough sleep. We got stuff to do.
Yes, we do. We don't have long to prepare.
You know, there's food down the hall if you guys want some. It's pretty good. I lie.
Oh,
Make a deceive check.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Both of you make scrutiny fellowship checks. Yeah, Garrett got 6 degrees of failure on that.
Make a 1 degree failure.
Kenneth got 1 degree of failure. Brand got 1 degree of failure. You can't normally... You have a tough time reading people at the best of time, you two, but particularly Garrett. You know, he's a very simple lad, but sometimes the simpleness is hard to determine how simple he's being. However, this time, the fact that he said this completely straight-faced, while still having trouble swallowing a mouthful of the gruel with weird grey chunks in it, you're pretty sure this is not tasty.
I make a big grin, and some of the gruel is like dripping off my beard onto the floor.
Take a disgusted look at what he's holding. Is there anything better here?
I give him a weird look. This is a military facility. You'll be lucky they have food at all for you. You should
I
know
guess it'll
that.
do.
You know you've got ration packs for situations aboard the Sky Beast.
I was just about to say that, and I literally do at this point. I'll be tucking into a few of the ration packs that got brought over in the supplies crates from Sky Beast. Thanks for the offer, though, Garrett.
It's a good idea, and go look for those.
I continue to try and puzzle out the body.
Okay.
Investigate.
So you've got like a day and a bit. How do you want to look at the body? You want to just do a logic check?
However, would be the
logic
best
be
skill
piecing
to
towards
use it.
clues, focusing on the more technical aspects. Alternatively, you could do a scrutiny perception check, which would be more sort of looking for physical clues, etc., as opposed to trying to sift through data.
I'll do a logic check, I think.
Okay. You got
Any
a
mod
decent amount
points?
of time on this. You are a tech priest. I will give you a plus 20.
I'll
That
actually
was an-
fate it.
88 out of 62.
Yeah.
Mm,
No.
79 out
The
of
curse
62.
is back. The curse
no,
is
you spend most of today going over the corpse. You find a lot of fragments of data, but it's very hard to drag anything out of the main memory banks that you're looking through. Sadly, most of the information does seem to be damaged or completely irrelevant. You could spend probably tomorrow to do it before you go in. You've got effectively one chance left. Anything else anyone wants to do? Particularly pressing?
Normal stuff.
Mike.
Gun maintenance.
Okay.
Oh, if Hale had showed up in a couple hours, I wanted to
yes,
ask
Hale.
him if he was aware of the poker game that some of the guards run.
Sure, okay. So yeah, in a couple of hours' time, Sergeant Hale does come in. He knocks on the door. The buzzer goes.
All right, I'll go get the door.
At the door is a guy wearing a respirator face mask along with a sort of standard sort of olive drab uniform with sort of attachment points for what appears to be some sort of harness or plating to go over the top. He's got kind of stubble over his chin that looks like he hasn't shaved in like a few days. Same on the head, completely shaved otherwise. Sort of piercing blue eyes, and he's got a number of like nicks and sort of damage to his chin. Looks like not so much as blade wounds or anything, more sort of clips or jabs or just something hard being pushed against his chin quite a lot with some force. Sergeant Hale, sir, can I help you?
Hale, good to come by. Come on in. Just need to ask a couple questions.
Sure. He walks in.
And I lead him back to the room where Carolinus is busy, rolling very poorly.
Okay, Carolinus is there getting very frustrated over the corpse, not being able to really sift anything out. Interesting place. Can I help you with something?
Yes, tomorrow we plan on heading into Alpha Colony, and hopefully you'll be joining us. You have experience in there, I hear.
I've popped down once. I was attached to a drop of arbite, so looking for something down there, and popped down, kicked a little bit of ass, grabbed a couple of people, and came back up.
What do they call those teams?
We call them... I can't remember what the locals call them. We tend to call them, like, grab squads or something.
Oh. Out of character, the reason I asked is because I completely forgot what it was. I thought it was either jerk squads or grab squads or yank squads. It was something kind of obscene, and I couldn't remember the phrase.
Like, in real life, like, a lot of these groups who do this for intel and stuff are called snatch squads, which is why I use the
Snatch
phrase.
squads, that's
But
what
apparently
it was.
that's too obscene for you. Okay.
No, it was just, it remained in my memory because it was obscene. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered
Oh, there we
it.
go. It makes you remember it. Maybe I should continue.
There you go.
I just think they call them snatch squads or something.
That's right, snatch squads. Yeah, I was wondering. Well, first off, I mean, there's obvious questions. What would you recommend we do? We're planning on being down there for a long time. We need to look for something. What kind of weaponry should we have? Yada,
As
yada,
far as I
yada.
understand the plan, you are going to infiltrate via a side tunnel, and then we're going to watch the tunnel, make sure no one came out, and then, if necessary, the Arbites and our force would go in after you just in case you need backup. Has that changed at all, or are you still planning on doing that one?
I don't think it's changed. Carolinus, ideas?
I guess
I
I'm
look
present.
You are
Sorry,
not very much.
I was fatigued, and I look really frustrated. Like a train of thought just got derailed.
I've
What are
already
we
pulled up
talking
a
about?
stool. I've already pulled up a stool. I'm here to stay, whether or not Carolinus likes the visitors. I tell him that Sergeant Hale here is here to help us out in our endeavors tomorrow. He believes, or I believe he's...
I'm helping out tomorrow. Didn't know that, but fine.
He's been in Alpha Colony before, recently actually, so he has a good mind for what we need to be doing down there.
Well,
We should probably be paying attention.
the prisoner you asked for the other day, since I was here to help out, I helped go down and get him. They decided it might be good to have some experience down there in the colony itself, although we didn't go down more than 50 meters.
How deep does it go?
I'm at a kilometer and a half, I understand.
Do you have? It's hard to think about this without a map. Where were we intended to breach?
As far as I understand, you intend to breach through one of the side tunnels from one of the mining areas?
I look away from Garrett to Hale. And you have knowledge of that area?
No? Don't think anyone really
No.
does.
No, that would be too much to ask for. Nevertheless, welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir. What are my orders down there? Were you planning to shoot on sight, or...?
Is there anyone that we shouldn't be shooting on sight? I say as I start poking around with the body again.
It makes orders easier.
Excellent.
Sergeant Hale, we're specifically looking for people who are doing things that would require probably a decent amount of space, some type of incubation area or pseudo medical area, some type of thing that would be a little bit less common for a prison area like that. So hopefully we can find our way to something like that down there.
That sounds worrying.
Yes.
I will keep a lookout for wide open spaces when I go down there with you.
We have a map, don't we, of the a rough map of the caves now?
Yeah,
do we?
Carolinus typed out and drew roughly a map down there. It didn't go all the way down. It went down to where the Red Gang tend to hang out. It didn't go down to the depths. He's very specifically said that some of the low-level guys aren't allowed into the very far depths of the area. It's guarded quite jealously.
Well, with that knowledge, I relay that we know where we're going up to a certain point. We have a rough map of the area, though it's not necessarily perfect. It should get us to the rough area that we're looking for. It's a case of finding sort of the
Given the
center of
nature-
everything, I think.
Indeed, Brenda. Given the nature of the clans and gangs down there, when we're in one gang's territory, I don't expect that we'll have too much interference from the others, though they may have some kind of network of alliances that they will draw upon, and that may cause trouble. The only individuals that I can imagine that we would want to avoid killing unless necessary would be what passes the leadership of this gang. I believe Cassius had the names. I look to Branda.
Did Cassius write them down somewhere?
Cassius wrote down a couple of names, Gang Boss Red Eye, and a couple of names of the other lieutenants, along with very vague sketches of their face.
Yeah.
I go get the list and run them through the names.
Are you familiar with any of these prisoners?
I mean, I can look them up on the prisoner list for you, but off the top of my head, no.
Well, if you can get any up-to-date information, especially anything that we can use to solidly identify them beyond these sketches, I say, looking over at the data pad with my optical mechadenna kind of just like wrapping around behind Brandon and just kind of peering down over his shoulder at his data pad, then that would be ideal.
Okay, I'll link it up with the list we've got of the prisoners, and anytime you want to add a name to it, it'll look it up automatically.
Excellent.
I'll talk to the Arbeits about that.
Now, I trust that your Arbeits have prepared the entry point.
He's
to our
not an
specifications?
Arbeit. He is one of the guards of the planetary
right.
governor. He's
Right,
not himself an Arbeit. If you look carefully, it looks like this is some sort of Imperial Guard
That's, of
issued
course, yes,
fatigue.
he was...
And you see tattoos on the back of his neck and on his wrist as he reaches out to look at the data slate.
Okay. Do you happen to know if any of the Arbeits have finished preparations of the entry point? I asked for turrets.
Well, we don't
Automated
really have
measures.
any automated turrets that you asked for, but we've set up a couple of man-portable devices. There's one autocannon, along with a couple of heavy stubbers.
That should be good enough. I assume, ideally, we shouldn't let the prisoners know that there's a way out. Otherwise, it's just going to be a waste of ammo, frankly. An Omnisire knows that doesn't grow on trees.
We've got enough ammo to be getting on with, and we've set up a few deck packs on the rear wall, facing inwards, and they should make a sufficient breach. Anyone nearby on their side will certainly not be putting up much of a fight. When we enter, if it's okay, I'm going to bring a couple of grenades, a dead pack just in case we need one.
That would be
Standard
wise.
issue carbine and pistol. If you're anything else I should bring.
I look across the Branda.
Whatever you think necessary, considering that things could get ugly. We could get into a serious fight. Apparently some of these guys do have weapons.
Okay, I'll bring Bertha then.
Bertha?
He looks a little bit embarrassed. Me gun.
I give him a sort of look at like, go on.
I was let go of the regiment for making unsolicited modifications to a property of the Imperial Guard. I may have modded
Good modifications?
my las carbine. And me and the command officer didn't see eye to eye on that one.
Well, if it makes it do its job a little better, I can't complain.
Well,
So I do
Commissar
take
had-
a look at Carolinus and see what his response to this is.
the Commissar had other ideas on that one.
I am paying fairly close attention at the moment. There's the beginnings of a frown, but it's held in check. Definite curiosity in my eyes. I'll be interested to see this Bertha.
He kind of looks a little bit worried, but mostly stony-faced. If that's everything, if you need me, there's my comm code.
Before you go,
Yes, sir.
I'll need a microbead.
He takes his one off his ear and gives it to you.
I accept it. My Medicaid Mechanic just swoops over, just sprays it with some stuff. Excellent.
If that's all, sir. And
Why
he
not?
turns and walks out.
And I get up and I follow him. And as we're heading back towards the door,
Yep.
hopefully far enough away that the others aren't listening in too much. Sergeant Hale, before you go, are you aware of the card game, the Snat Squad ones?
Sir Garrett, no, I'm not particularly aware. As I understand that there is some sort of card game going on. A couple of the boys have been asking about buying in. Take myself.
Oh, it's all right. I was just trying to find someone who's a part of it. I wanted to sit down at the table, have some fun.
Well, I can ask around if you want and do some digging for you.
Sure, why not?
Yes, sir. Sir Garrett. And he continues on.
Thank you, Sergeant.
While Garrett is out speaking with the sergeant and Brander is nearby, as I return to poking around, I'm clearly not really that focused on what I'm doing right now, more or less just moving bits about. Have you had any more time to think on matters of trust?
Can't say much has changed. You still won't tell me about what was in there.
You made a good point last night. You didn't realize it. I did trust Cassius, and it hasn't done him well. Are you sure you want that kind of trust?
I just want answers.
I look up. I size him up. If we live through this, speak with me privately and you'll get the answers you want. No
Fair
point
deal.
sending you to your death knowing what I know.
All right. I hope whatever the secret is, it doesn't interfere with our survival in this mission.
As do I. I look back and I just go quiet now and I just start focusing on my work again.
Okay.
I leave him to it.
Okay, with that, time passes. Do you want to do anything?
At some point before the mission begins, I will find some time to take Garrett aside, where Carolinus is a very, very long way away.
Okay, I mean, Garrett's probably going to go to the mess hall later that night to get
How did you
dinner.
know?
Just a
I was gonna
crazy
say,
random guess.
You're gonna find me stuffing my face with that gray slop.
Basically, go where the food
You're the only
is.
person not eating rations from the group.
So at some point, I'll go over to the mess hall and find him. And I'll approach him and...
I get Brander his own plate of slop.
Plate of mess. Probably a reasonable description, actually.
I kindly refuse it or whatever you want.
How's your glass doing? I mean, your foot.
It's healing fine. Carolinus did a surprisingly good job.
Yeah,
But I'll be fine
freaking
without this.
amazing.
I've got some rations.
You've been dead like 3 times now, and he just keeps patching you up.
Yeah, though not always with all of me left, looking down at the leg.
Give it a kick under the table. Does that thing bother you at all? Even any phantom pains?
It's a bit annoying to have. At least it's glass resistant.
You don't
Anyway,
accidentally kick into a toilet and just smash it?
haven't done yet, but I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, we need to talk at some point.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Privately. Not
I
here,
raise
there's
my
people
brows.
around.
I pick up my plate of slop. Let's go outside then.
Alright. Start walking. I look for somewhere that's out of the way and no one around.
Okay, so
Sure.
on the way back, you decide to take the long way and you pop outside. There is no one outside, and you can talk for here for up to 5 minutes before you'd feel any real proper effects from the atmosphere.
Alright, so as we're walking, I say, so, last night with the explosion, looking
Mhm.
over at a meeting, just,
Yeah?
we, as you said, it doesn't, like, the story doesn't follow. Just smoking next to some promethium. Cassius would probably notice the error in that.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So it seems like something else is up. I had a look, and it doesn't look like it was an accident. I think the fire was deliberate. I think they set it to burn something.
They?
Cassius and Carolinus. Or maybe just Carolinus and Cassius happened to be there.
I raise a brow at Brander. I think you're looking too
Had a
much
look
into
in
this
there.
one.
I don't think I am. I had a look in there after you guys had left. Looked to me like they'd spread promethium all around the inside of the thing and then blown a hole in it. Some sort of melter weapon. You can go look there now, the hole's still there. That wouldn't have been made by the fire.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're trying to drive a wedge between our team here, Brander.
All I know is they were up to something.
Watch out, he's
They
known
were
for
trying to
killing
hide it from us.
Jakiro that had been soliciting the teammates. You've got no chance. And Jakiro is cute.
Well, what Cassius said to me sounded fine. What didn't look fine was that purple fire. But
That's probably the most worrying part.
I've seen some weird things in my days, and I've seen some crazy things as soon as I started working with you three weirdos. Purple fire is one of the least weird things I've seen. On a mission like this, I'm thankful that it's just purple fire.
Well, usually the weird things are the things we're stopping.
Did the fire stop?
It did, and whatever it was in there burned. But perhaps not all of it. I saw Carolinus pick up something from there. I'd gone out to check it after you'd gone to bed, and he went out too. And he fobbed me off and tried to... Well, he didn't tell me what was in there. I asked him, he wouldn't let me know. And then as we were leaving, he swirled something away.
Well, last I heard, that is his crate. It's not surprising that he was trying to recover whatever he could from that explosion. That being said, it does a little bit worry me that there was something that could explode in that crate. But at the end of the
Honestly, that's the
day,
least of my worries.
at the end of the day, he's supposed to be on our team. They both are. And whether or not we can trust them fully, we've been working together for a long time. And I think this is where you need to drop it. And I head back inside with my slop.
As we go back in, I say, Well, I'm going to keep an eye on them, even if you don't.
Ooh. Okay, you head back inside. Anything anyone wants to do before the breach? CAROLINUS, you want one last chance to look at the corpse. Anything else? Anyone?
I want to see if I can get a couple more just normal charge packs for my las pistols, because we could be down there for a long time.
Sure, quite easily. Some proffers you a couple when you ask. You've got 2 more charges to your las packs.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go with scrutiny perception this time, if that's all right.
Okay, sure.
I'm looking for physical things on it. Any modifiers?
There wouldn't be, no. You'd get +10 to your logic if you chose logic.
Nope. And I'll roll again.
22.
30. Oh, finally.
You find, with some difficulty among the fragments that you've been given, effectively in several boxes, from the hab where he was stationed, what appears to be a little bit of a memory chip. It seems to be somewhat damaged, but with your knowledge of the Mechanicus and your tech abilities, make me a tech test at +30.
Okay.
.38 on an 82. Quite easily, you managed to get it working. It looks like, from the fabric and stuff around it, that this was secreted in some kind of cloth object. Could be inside the robes, or like the edge of a garment, or it could have been, in fact, in some kind of sofa or something.
And these robes which secrete augments.
God damn it. Secret. It was secreted among some stuff. Nonetheless, you managed to get it working, and you plug it in. The date on it is damaged, but you do manage to resurrect enough of it that you get some fragments. You have a load of communications. What appear to be requests for objects and shipping transfers between the tech priest himself and another subject who isn't referred to. Never really by name. The only thing is a code name, and the code name given is I never pronounce this right. The Omnissiah's blessed workings.
This was a request for a text. Did you say? Oh,
It's basically the number of messages going back and forth started about 2 years ago. And a lot of them deal with requesting objects or mechanical devices or cryo chambers, etc. And the responses back generally are sure, yes, etc. They'll be sent down on a shuttle at this time. A lot of dates and locations for shuttles. Quite a few of them coming here to this colony itself, or to Beta, and then also requests for specimens. To be shipped back. They're never referred to by name, they're just called specimens or samples. But there is one time you do find where you actually get a name. And it's coming from the tech priest. He refers to the person on the other end of the communication as Master Binus.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, what was the name the Omnissiah's blessed workings in relation to again?
That is where he's sending the communications. It seems to be the code name or the name of the other end.
Okay.
Actually, make a intelligence at +40 check.
Okay.
Considering your background.
45 on an 82.
That's a Mechanicus ship that went missing several decades ago.
Missing ship. Ooh. What kind of ship, generally speaking?
It's an exploratory ship with some limited onboard refining and forge capabilities. So one of these catch-all ships that is generally more an exploratory vessel than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Would I have any knowledge of roughly where it went missing? You said it was like several centuries.
Yeah,
ago,
it was traversing the edge of the warp storm in the sector. and went missing somewhere on the southern edge of the warp storm.
Okay. All right.
Make me a logic check, just a flat logic check.
Okay. Oh.
You do a feint if you want to feint that, because you'll be
Yeah, I'll go for it.
I'll let you fade it. Yeah, you can get your fate back when you enter.
Nope. Nope. Terrible rolls.
There do appear to be dates and times involved towards the end of the file, but the end of the file is more damaged than the most of the rest, and you don't really have anything more than a couple of references to a shuttle.
Okay.
And with that, you're all ready, kitted out. A lot of the Arbites and their associated detachment of ex-Imperial Guard specialists have positioned themselves around the entrances to Alpha and in the other mining tunnels. Your mining tunnel is prepped, and we're going to go to a break. When we get back from the break, they will be busting into Alpha Colony and looking for Red Eye, his gang, and whatever they're guarding down at the bottom of the prison. It's going to be interesting.
It's jewels. It's treasure.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely treasure.
Yes,
Definitely nothing nasty.
nothing but good things.
Good things. All the good things.
One-eyed Willie's ship. It's in a cave.
Yeah. Totally where it is. And with that, we will be back after a 6-minute break. So just go check out like the Patreon or whatever, take bio breaks, get drinks, whatever you do. But we'll be back in 6 minutes, and then the action is gonna kick off, and we'll see if the team will hold together despite fractured and recent revelations.
Brander's gonna kill us all.
Thunderbirds are go.
And welcome back to Roll for It, Dark Heresy, where we're continuing with today's theme of not trusting your allies because they could be heretics. We will be diving right back into probably.
What a jerk, that Brander. He's just trying to sow chaos between us.
Yeah.
Currently
Currently,
chaos, guys. Flumin' heresy books.
Gonna have to put you down, bleeding son of Tzinch.
You're gonna shoot me in the back of the head while we're on this mission and be like, it was the bad guys. They totally did it.
Totally.
You'll be dead. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, sure.
Our guys are going into the prison cave, the Alpha Cave system on Sierra Custodes, looking for Heresy. There is a gang boss down there by the name of Red Eye, who has some sort of machinations going on deep in the bowels of the prison colony. They are about to bust in from a nearby tunnel that has been excavated via miners, and they are ready to enter. They've got the entire Arbites of the facility waiting to bust in as their backup, along with specialists from the Planetary Governor's household. And they have got themselves an acolyte by the name of Sergeant Hale, who will be helping them out on this mission. With that, is there anything you want to do before you start going?
Get some more slop, maybe?
You take a little chow-like canteen of slop to the tunnel face with you.
As he's nomming on that, I'm shouldering this massive tank of Promethium. I'm just looking at him.
I give him the thumbs up.
You're probably going to do less damage to your insides if you drank what's in this tank than eating that.
How are we going to breach the wall here?
As you see the wall, you notice that demolition packs have been strapped to it in places. It looks like someone has come along and already assessed it. And effectively, you're good to go. You look around, you notice that there are probably in the region of about 30 Arbites and associated specialists, just a little bit back from it with a couple of stationary gun emplacements. Along with Sergeant Hale, who is holding what appears to be a Actron pattern las carbine, just like yours, Garrett. However, it has a slight modification in that there is a second magazine coming out of it, sort of out the front like that. So if he holds a weapon like that, there is a magazine out the bottom as normal, but there's also one that ejects slightly sideways, just below, just above his arm.
I ask him about the second magazine. It seems like that modification is not a small one. No, what do you have there, Sergeant Hale?
Well, back in the day when I was in the regiment, that's, an extra magazine would mean you could shoot for longer without having to reload. It meant you could be in a firefight for a bit longer, put down a lot more fire. And, sometimes it was nice to be able to replace that charge pack with a special one, should the need arise. And you taps it, and you notice that this is marked as a hotshot charge pack. The end is wrapped in orange tape.
Ooh. Save that for Red Eye.
Yes, sir. Will do. Should be good to go in. You ready to go? Anything else we want to do?
Have we been kept up to date on like what's going on with the food supply for this? Like for today, how it was going to be like bigger than normal?
Yes, sir, I believe so. That dropping it in at the main entrance, and also dropping secondary ones in at both entrances as well. Should probably lure most people upstairs.
And the required adjustments
have been going on for the last 3 days. We've seen.
Excellent.
Generally, they are moving a little bit slower, and they're not acting, quite as quickly as we would have expected from. There's also been reduced numbers of people generally. It looks like either they're not coming up for the food, or maybe they've got involved in some sort of intergang war down there.
I look a little bit concerned at that. As I'm strapping my Promethium pack on, my mechadendrites are kind of squirming to get through the various straps and be able to, have free motion as I heft my flamer. If we do meet resistance below, the greater resistance than we intend, by all means, use your grenades liberally.
Will do. He pats 2 grenades he's got on his hip.
Make sure to keep us up to date if you can on what's going on up above. Whether a large number of people have responded to the extra food or whether they might have worked out something's up.
Well, the comlink's probably got a limited range, but I'll try and stay in touch as much as I can and relay you any information.
I'm going to wave over one of the Arbites, and I'm going to hand him a mostly empty slop tray.
Hey, sir, how can I help you? Thank you, sir. Is there anything else?
Yeah, get out of here.
Sir. And he just kind of walks off a little bit confused.
I just look at Garrett like...
And I pull out one of my las pistols and just make sure it's working. Shoot at the ground once.
Roll a weapon attack.
Better not shoot me in the foot.
It ricochets. A 4. Yeah, like the rock you were just casually aiming at just disappears. Completely gone.
That's suitable.
Are you good to go? Would anyone like to press the big red button?
Oh, yes. Where is this happening? Is there a plunger?
Hale passes you, effectively what is it's like the trigger from a rifle. It's got two buttons. It's got, firstly, a cap over the top, which you have to flip back, press and hold that button, and then pull the trigger.
So he's showing me how to use it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Without depressing the top button. It's got the cap still on.
Oh, I've always wanted to blow something up. Flip the cap up, press the button, flip it back down. Flip it up, press the button, flip back down. I get a big grin on my face, and I'm showing it off to CAROLINUS and Brander.
You should be a little bit careful with that.
I pull the trigger a few times while the cap's down, so it can't target, can't do it.
I see Garrett doing this, and then hear the Hale's concern, and I just kind of shrug, as if like, this is my life. This is how I'm cursed.
Yeah, I suggest we back away a little bit and get into cover before you press that button.
I immediately started doing that. Not trusting Garrett to not
do.
just press the button anyway.
I before, don't play with the button, and I move over to the charge packs, and then I basically chant some litanies, along the lines of the soul of the machine god surrounds you, the hate of the machine god drives you, and I just move between each of the charge packs, and may you be guarded against malfunction, and all that sort of stuff. And then I wander off, but I take it quite seriously. These are dangerous weapons, and I absolutely don't want them to kill us.
CAROLINUS, make a willpower check.
Okay.
They kill us.
I die.
Nice roll.
The debt packs are suitably chastised.
Yeah. And that'll be a lesson to you. Scallywag deck packs. I know you were going to try and trick us. One of you wasn't going to go off, and we were going to walk through, and then you'd go off. No, I've got my eye on you. I wander away.
Okay, you'll back off to an appropriate distance. Garrett, you have the trigger.
I keep waving it at Brander and CAROLINUS, and I give Sergeant Hale the thumbs up.
Sergeant Hale looks over at you a little bit worried, since you've been playing with that the entire time. Literally the entire time.
I give him a
Everyone's in a
thumbs up
safe
again.
place.
I keep giving Sergeant Hale the thumbs up.
If everyone's in a safe place, they just press the damn button.
Are you sure you're ready, Brander? Oh,
Yes, I say from my significant cover.
And I flip the plastic cover up. I depress the button, and I pull the trigger.
And with that, a loud rumble emanates from deeper in the tunnel. Now you've pulled away from the face of the explosion. Rocks shake. A little bit of loose debris comes down from the roof above, bouncing off armor, upturned shields. Dust begins to settle everywhere. And then, a couple of seconds later, this plume of dust shoots down the tunnel, rolling like a cloud, and just envelops you all.
Kaboom. We get like a
Begins to
cart
settle
rolling
a little
by.
bit.
Okay, I am not waiting. I'm going to attempt to stealth up and head in there with my las pistol out.
Okay, then let's begin. Everybody roll stealth if you want to stealth. I have to go and grab some stats for Sergeant Hale.
Oh. 46 out of 43.
The only one of us who's any good at stealthing is Garrett. He's literally the only one who's any good at it.
I'm actually
supposed
just...
And he's
Very
really
good.
good at it too.
So one of the basic things.
Garrett got the 49. Yeah, so Garrett got like 4 degrees success, 5 degrees success. Branda got a degree of failure. Karen's got 3 degrees of failure.
Carolinus needs some serious camo for his tentacles.
Let me just.
One of my tentacles is like the fact that I'm like 300 kilos, and when I walk, I make a ka-chunk,
That's true.
ka-chunk sound.
I blame my lack of stealth entirely on the robot leg.
I mean, my
I'm
robot
dead
leg.
silent, apart from the clunk. The clunk.
My robot leg is actually quite silent. The pistons, they just move seamlessly. There's this whisper quiet kind of actuators going on. It's just the weight. Just ka-chunk, ka-chunk, just moving along, Terminator style.
However, Sergeant Hare rolls a 0-4, getting 4 degrees of success on his stealth roll. He continues apace with Garrett, not quite sure if he wants to leave point to Garrett, who was a minute ago playing the trigger for about 120 kilos of explosives. There is actually a plus 10 to the roll because of the dust, making it very difficult to see. So actually, Branda does pass as well. Carolinus bringing up the rear, being a little bit more wary that you are not the stealthy one. You generally, as a group, have done fairly well, and you continue in through the blast hole. You notice that as you leave the area initially created by the blast, a lot of the rubble sort of strewn around. There's about a 5-meter hole, and you enter what appears to be a labyrinthine set of tunnels, most of which have been here for so long that a lot of people have taken like little chinks out of the side with what looks like files, etc., or chisels, made adjustments to the edge, but you can still see occasionally the circular boring sort of edge of bladed instruments that have bored their way through these tunnels looking for minerals to be able to process. There is no one around. How would you like to proceed?
I'm going to microbead back to Carolinus. Tell me where to go. Hale and I have point. We won't get too far ahead.
It's worth noting that my optical mechadendrite is using the thermal torch, but only the thermal torch at this point.
Okay.
Okay, I have the data slate with the map, I assume?
Yes, you do.
Okay, well, in that case, do I notice the surroundings as being similar to that information? Like, can I place us with that map? Okay, then I start directing Garrett and Hale
Okay.
roughly towards the red. Sorry, what was the name of the gang? I keep forgetting.
Red Eye.
The Red Eye. Red Eye. The Red Eye kind of held territory.
Yeah. So luckily this entrance is fairly well known. It's one of the main tributaries. The downside is it is one of the main tributaries up from that section of the underground to the surface. So while it easily places you on the map, it will be traversed more commonly, is what you instantly pick up from that. Currently you are shooting to kill every time you engage someone, and you're just moving as quickly as possible. Is that correct? Is that how you choose to proceed? Stealthy,
yes.
But as quickly as you can stealthy, shooting as you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hang a little bit back because I know I'm not as good at stealth as Garrett is.
Okay, so in terms of this, just to speed up as you go through, because there will be a lot of unarmed prisoners who are blundering about. They're a little bit tired. They're a little bit drugged up. Just to speed this up, Garrett and Hale will both make some ballistic checks to see if they can put down the people who they come across with ease. And my mouse keeps bugging out. I keep them to unplug and put it back in.
USB noises.
Yeah, USB noises all today. And you'll be getting plus 30 because you are doing so well at sneaking.
Ooh.
That people will be unaware.
Should I roll then?
Yes, if you make effectively an attack roll. Are you firing the last pistol? I mean, it's the same to hit. Okay. So with the last pistol out, Garrett, it fires quick shots, putting down most people you come across with relative ease, mostly because of surprise. If they weren't surprised, there's a couple of points where you hesitate, and they look around at you coming out of sort of a side pass, and you go, huh. You managed to just about nail in the middle of the forehead. Sergeant Hale, going on at the same time, managed to do a fairly similar job. The fact that surprise is really aiding you right now, but the sound of the las fire certainly does echo through the chambers. You do not have any way to decrease the sound effect coming from your guns. With that, you have stumbled across probably about half a dozen prisoners who were easily dispatched, all of them wearing the same sort of initially orange jumpsuit, but most of them have drained of color over time, being somewhat more tan, maybe slightly beige in places. A lot of them covered with rock dust, some of them adulterated with some sort of crude paints, sort of dark red flashes on at least two of them, which indicate that they're in the Red Eye Gang. But you proceed fairly unmolested so far down the main tributary, occasionally passing by crude, what appear to be carts of some description made from makeshift bits of steel, food pouches empty in all of them, making yourself deeper into the territory. After about 10 minutes, you start to hear the sounds of commotion up ahead, as it sounds like people are starting to band together now they've realized someone is firing las rounds in there. I
microbeat back to Carolinus and Brander. That's, we hear there's some commotion up ahead. It's probably some prisoners that are getting a little rowdy. They might be expecting us, so slow down.
Am I able to see an alternate route?
Make a logic check, plus 30.
Nice. 72.
Yeah, so with, what's that, 4 degrees success? Yeah, there are a couple of alternate routes. One of them, sadly, you're next to a tributary, which is shut off a little bit earlier, but you'd have to backtrack a good distance to be able to get to that one. The alternative is you could take one of the smaller side tunnels, which does lead down through a little bit of an area which has been marked as sleeping, or just people generally like doss about in, but it would take you off the main thoroughfare.
Do these courses converge on the area where there seems to be the commotion?
The tributary that you kind of have to backtrack a long way for does. The other one doesn't.
Okay. I advise them to take the left or the right as necessary to go through the sleeping quarters.
Okay.
Sleeping quarters it is.
Bam. And with that, you go down a little side tunnel and make your way down sleeping quarters area. What you find down there is you start to discover that a lot of the moss that you've been seeing, just growing in random patches, you start to notice is fluorescing ever so slightly, giving off a very, very dim light. As your eyes adjust to it, you notice that is probably what people can actually just about see by in these tunnels.
Interesting.
As you go down, you notice scraps of paper, bits of cloth, makeshift jumpsuits that have been refashioned into sleeping bags and tents. Where the former occupants have said jumpsuits are, probably not best to linger on. And you make your way through. A lot of people there are asleep, tired, or knackered. Probably the effects of the drugs kicking in addition, making them more lethargic. And you quickly dispatch those as you go with melee. Or at least, if you aren't going to, Sergeant Hale does, going past. just sliding a bladed weapon, sort of a long combat knife, through the throats of each of them, as he's been given orders to remove any threats as you go forwards.
It's a bloody business.
Making your way subtly through there. Make me stealth checks again for everyone. Goddamn mouse.
6 degrees of failure for me. Oh, was that 5?
That'd be
success.
6. Let me just check. No, that would be 5. Sorry, 5 Carolinus fail. 3 for Brand success. Garrett with the 4 degrees of success. And Hale with...
Come on, Hale. Damn
fails. And with that, as you barge through, unfortunately, Hale and Carolinus make a little bit of a din as they both kind of trip over a stalactite, and it kind of breaks with the impact, first of Hale hitting against it, and then of Carolinus kicking it, and it crashes to the ground, waking up one of the sleepers. What? Very quickly, Garrett puts him down with a shot through the forehead. However, the commotion does bring a few people from one of the side tunnels out.
Okay.
In the close confines,
you gotta keep moving.
You are suddenly greeted by 4 prisoners armed with what appear to be makeshift weapons, pickaxes or shivs. I don't really have a map for this. It's going to be a very simple quick fight, but it's going to determine whether you draw additional attention. So if you just want to quickly say which order you want to go in rather than rolling initiative, because you'll go first, because you're the trained ones, and these guys are kind of suddenly a little bit caught out.
I shoot forehead.
Okay, sure. Cord shot, is that, or is just a normal shot?
Called shot.
Okay, cord shot head. Here we go. This will be close range, but not point blank. They're only about 10 meters away.
Trying to think, what are the bonuses? Short range, right?
So short range plus 10.
No aim. Single shot, so 20.
Yeah.
Shit, I rolled 50. My bad. It's a target. What the hell?
So what was your target to hit? What's your ballistic skill?
50.
So that should be a 70. You fail by 1 degree of success. Yeah. So the shot, you're kind of taken a little bit by surprise, and the shot wings off the back of the cavern behind them. Branda, Carolinus?
I'll go last.
Okay.
I will... I think I should probably just use both the stub automatics, do the whole 6 shots thing.
Okay.
Right, so yeah, my action will be aim and then fire them both.
So that will be at the same target?
Yeah. Is it when they're next to each other, can I hit, like if I get multiple hits, can I hit multiple people?
Yeah, you can allocate hits between 2 people within 5 meters, I believe. Otherwise you need independent targeting for the guns, but otherwise you can do that with semi-auto. I think with semi-auto. You can definitely do it with full auto. That's what Hale's going to be doing.
I'll aim at 2 people with it.
Okay.
So this is the first one. So it's plus 10 because of aimed, and is it another plus 10 because of short range?
Yes.
And then it's minus 10 because of firing 2 weapons.
2 weapons, yes.
Plus 10 for each. The first one.
Bam! And with that, the guy is hit by several rounds, and if you want to just roll me damage, just in case you roll really low.
Shall I roll the second hit gun as well?
Just do the first gun first. This is 4 degrees success, so that will be 2 hits. Oh, you get an additional hit at close range, don't you? So that'll be 3 hits.
Or we get an additional degree of success at close range if...
So you've got 4 degrees of success, that makes it 5, so you do get 3 hits. So the first guy coming around the corner, Garrett's shot goes wide, Branda nails him with 3 shots, 2 to the chest, 1 to the forehead, collapses backwards, most of his brain painting the guy behind him. Shoot the next guy.
Again, it's plus 10, and... Did he get a 66? It's the same roll, but one more.
Almost the same roll, yeah. 5 degrees of
nice.
success. Roll some damage on that guy.
1, 2, 3.
second guy coming around the corner, his face suddenly a little bit pink with the mist from the back of the previous guy's face. You see this guy, and then with the other hand, you quickly just bring that to bear. 2 shots through the chest, 1 through the head, and that guy goes down. That leaves 2 guys behind. Sergeant Hale is then going to open fire, which my mouse has stopped working, which is not really helpful. He's going to aim. His is short range, so that's a +20. He's not doing single shot, he's doing full auto, so that's a -10. 66 on a 55. Sadly, all 3 of his, all 5 of his shots ping off the cavern around this guy, somewhat scaring him, but not quite actually inflicting any damage. Carolinus, you are up.
How far away are these? You said they were in close quarters.
About 10 meters.
Okay. Given that, then I will use my flamer, and I will aim for either one, I guess. You can just pick one at random.
Your flamer can hit multiple people, can't it?
It has spray. How does
So
that work?
yeah, if I just double check the spray rule for you. It uses basically, they are just one range, and when fired, hit all of those in the area of effect. It's a 30-degree cone out to its range. What is its range?
20.
So everyone within a 30-degree arc to 20 meters is hit.
Is it a way that I can position so that doesn't hit any of us?
You take
basically
a move, you go a couple of steps forwards, pushing people to the side as appropriate, and noticing you have a flamer, everyone in the party, I assume, wants to back away.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I
will...
You don't need to roll anything, they need to roll to resist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just hit automatically, effectively. They need to make dodge tests to not be hit. It's not dodge, it's just normal agility.
Agility.
Let me just double check that, actually, very quickly. The spray.
I checked this thing about semi-automatic, and when you hit someone with multiple hits, you can allocate.
Yeah, the
any
wielder
extra
does
hits.
not need to test ballistic skills. Sorry about that, Ben. Then what were you saying?
With semi-automatic, if you get extra hits, you can allocate some of them to anyone within 2 meters of the target. So if they're all really close together, then I could potentially, if I do really well, kill 6 people in one round, which would be cool.
And spray doesn't, as you said, doesn't require a ballistic check.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they get to
everything is
dodge against it, though. Because they get to make an agility check to not get hit, but can you then dodge that hit? I would rule for the moment no, but it will be something I have to check in future.
Yeah, it just says that they must make a challenging +0 agility test or suffer 1 hit from the weapon.
Yeah, so I'm going to make some very quick agility checks. Uh, 86 and an 85, trying to get a 33. Both of them are instantly caught up in flame and scream, "Ah!" as they're just both immolated and crumble to the ground.
Okay.
Sergeant Hill looks over at you. Dear God. Hey, we don't really have those in the regiment.
And you don't want them neither.
Okay, with that, your attacks disposed of quickly enough that they didn't really get to run back or get any reinforcements or really even remotely cause you any damage. You head further on. You hear the commotion in a side tunnel. It sounds like people rushing upwards, trying to search for somebody. You would guess that was the party that was initially trying to ambush you earlier.
Based on the map, are there any... and what are these buildings made out of? Are they just like mud carved out of the rock?
You are not in buildings whatsoever. You are in tunnels and side tunnels, etc. There are no camps big enough to have buildings.
Are there any like buildings or places which might be full of stuff like a mess hall, a sleeping area, that wouldn't block our retreat, but would be kind of between us and the area where the mob was congregated?
No, not really.
Okay.
Mostly at the moment it's tunnels or side tunnels that people are using. Very large open spaces are very hard to come by because it appears that the mining vehicles themselves didn't really create large open spaces. They were merely prospecting following small veins or whatever. But as you continue down, you do a reasonable job avoiding most of the enemies. Make a couple of ballistic tests, Garrett, Brander, Carolinus if you choose to, but you can't remove a flamethrower. So if you want to keep the flamethrower at the ready...
It'll just be at the ready.
Yeah. It doesn't make noise itself, but people screaming when they get on fire, that makes noise.
Yeah.
Fail.
We're both terrible.
Okay, well, it'll be down to Sergeant Hale to save the day.
Come on, Hale. Come on, Hale. Damn it.
Sergeant Hale's going to use a point of fate.
There you go.
19, there we go. One person passes. You're almost ambushed a couple of times by small parties coming out of side alleys, but Sergeant Hale does a pretty good job of just unleashing full auto on them and putting a few down. One guy actually tries to jump on... who failed by the most there? You both failed by equal amounts. So Garrett and Brander, both of you were almost surprised by a guy jumping out of a side alley, but Sergeant Hale quickly notices and fires a hotshot round which just explodes this guy's torso. Limbs shoot past you and a sort of disembodied head, but the rest of the body, the remains, the legs go backwards into the side tunnel.
Good shot, man.
Hey, well, I told you it'll come in useful. You make your way deeper in, and you notice the moss starts to grow a little bit more commonplace now. Light picking up a little bit. Still definitely dim, but you can almost start to make things out with your unaccustomed sight.
I microbead back to Carolinus. Do you have any idea how deep we are?
Based on the map, would I be able to...
The problem is the map is based for Guy's memory, and the guy had no real way of measuring depth.
Yeah.
At a guess, you would say about 1 kilometer. Your guess would be better than his.
I'll relay that along.
Then are we close to the end of your map?
You're getting there.
We're getting there.
At this point, you pass an area that seems to be slightly different from the rest. Make me perception rolls. Awareness rolls. It is dim light, so anyone without a way to compensate for it will be at a minus 30.
Oh. Target 1. Rolled 66.
Good effort.
Yeah, so both you and Garrett do fail. However, Carolinus does a pretty sterling job at rolling an 18. Carolinus, you notice that there's around, in a big circle from floor to ceiling or on this tunnel, in dark red, there is a big ring, effectively. And from the memory on the datapad, it would note that that is the beginning of a territory.
Yeah, I microbead to Garrett, who's probably far enough ahead that I don't want to call out to him. We're entering their territory. Insignias on the walls.
I'll inform Sergeant Hale. Looks like we're entering the Red Eyes territory. You ready for a fight?
Ready. I'm good to follow your lead. Do you want the guy taken alive or just put down?
I imagine alive would be better. Try to shoot non-lethal.
I'll do my best. By the way, unless you say so, like, he will have his torch and stuff off. You're trying to move as silently as possible. If you want to put lights on, you can say.
No, we're still trying to be stealthy, I think.
Yeah. So at this point, you go past the entrance. It looks like there's been signs of recent fighting here. You see dried blood around, you see discarded shivs, and not uncommon to find a couple of bodies lying around as well. You would surmise that however the food was distributed, it caused some groups to be lethargic more than others, and looks like it might have been a good time to attack each other. So there has been some sporadic fighting here.
I'm gonna microbead that back to Brander and Carolinus. Looks like there's been some infighting between the Red Eyes group.
I quicken my pace so that I'm walking alongside Brander. How far apart are the two groups? The ones at point and Brander and myself.
How far do you
Not
go?
that far. The reason I'm microbeating is because we can do it at a whisper. We don't have to be very loud with it.
Yeah. I'm just checking, like, is there much distance behind us with you guys up ahead, or...
I'm only a
We can
little
do
bit
whatever-
behind Garrett.
Yeah, we can do whatever distance you want. I mean, I was assuming we're pretty close.
Yeah, well, I got the impression we weren't, and I was about to suggest that we probably want to be fairly close together. Not so close that grenades will kill us all in one go, but close enough that if their fight starts, we're all close enough to engage.
Okay, so I'll assume about 10 meters distance.
Yeah,
That's fine,
seems reasonable one, yeah.
So if I can see the bodies, then I'm going to say, is there any way to tell, well, who lost?
You notice one of them has dark red patches along the front and back, like someone's wiped something dark red in to stain it. Two of the other ones nearby have different markings entirely. They've got some sort of weird fluorescent sort of tattoos along the head and scalp.
I murmur. Seems casualties on all sides. I don't recognize the gang insignias from those two. This one could be one of the ones we're looking for. I'm actually trying to look at the face properly with my thermal torch, just to see if maybe it's someone that we recognize.
Unfortunately, the face on this one has been beaten in with a rock. Most of the face is concave by now.
After a moment, I said, thorough. I approve.
They don't have many decent weapons down here, so a lot of the wounds you are seeing on bodies from other fights are very primitive. It certainly looks like no one has got the shotguns out at this stage.
Okay.
And with that...
Sorry, I wanted to swap out my las pistol for the Akatran carbine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing so much. It's like, I want to see if I recognize this guy. Yes, that smashed face looks familiar.
Maybe it would do. You've seen a lot of smash faces. With this, you notice up ahead, the tunnel continues to wind down, but it starts to feel a little bit warmer in places. You can certainly feel the air is a little bit more... there's a certain something to it, like a bit more stagnant, a bit more warm, humid. Make me awareness checks.
Oh, is this with the minus 30 still?
Yes, actually it would be, sorry.
I'm screwed then.
So yeah, Branda fails, Garrett fails. Carolinus, you see up in the distance of this pretty long straight tunnel up ahead, about 40 meters away, two prisoners sitting on what appear to be crudely fashioned chairs made out of remains of food boxes. They appear to be standing guard. And as you come around the corner,
Roughly how far away are they?
about 40 meters. One of them appears to spot you. Ed! What did you do, Carolina? See if anyone can react.
I immediately flick the stab light on, directing it towards them, and call out, "May the light of the Omnissiah purge your heresy!" And
Okay.
then I just start running towards them.
Sure. What's your run distance?
My run distance is 18.
On this heavy world.
On this heavy world, with my sprint, it's still enough that I could get into range of them.
A run takes your full turn.
Yeah. No, I know. That's what you asked. The run distance.
Yeah. What's the run distance on the heavy world?
Well, that's 2, and run is full move is 2 times that, which
It's
is
6
4
times your agility bonus.
charges. 6
12?
Run is 6 times my agility bonus, is it?
I think
Then,
if it's
12.
18, yeah, it should be 12. So you move 12 meters forwards. With that, the one who noticed you, take them. And it runs back, and he starts legging it as well. The guy in
I'm
front of
sprinting
you.
though. That's
Oh.
why I said.
Okay, what's your sprint then?
It's twice my run, isn't it?
Should be, yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it basically
24
doubles.
Then. Yeah, so you take your turn, you get 24 meters, so you're now 60 meters away from them. The guy who spotted you runs...
60.
Pardon?
Did you say 60 meters away from him?
16. You were 40,
Oh, right, okay.
you went
I was
20.
going to say,
you
holy
were 40,
crap,
you
if I
went
realized they
24,
were that
16
far away, I wouldn't have bothered.
So yeah,
Sorry.
you were 16 meters away from them now. The one who noticed you legs it back down the tunnel. The other one who saw you, who didn't see you, having been notified by his friend, will act on the next pass along with the rest of your group. Branda, Garrett, Sergeant Hale, Carolinus. Torch flicks on, Carolinus runs past you, and you notice illuminated now. This one guy was like, bringing a shotgun up to bear.
A shotgun. Whoa.
Can we see
That's
the
a
guy
fancy-
running away?
That's a fancy rock.
It's tough. He's kind of partly around a corner by now. You could make a shot, but it'd be pushing it. I would say that effectively there'd be a minus 30.
I'll not bother. Do we have initiative for this, or are we all just
Just go as you want. I'm not going to worry too much. They're not really wearing much armor. You'll probably dispatch whoever you shoot at
How
if you
far
hit them.
away is the one that's running away?
He ran a distance of... Let me just check his movement. He ran 24, if you can, the heavy world modifier. Actually, sorry, he can't sprint as far as you. What's your sprint, Caroline? So you've got bonuses to sprint.
Yeah, no, I got the sprint talent that allows me to sprint.
Yeah.
Basically, sprint is my run.
Okay, yeah. He can't sprint because he doesn't have the talent, so he goes 12 meters. So he's gone about 12 meters down, almost around the corner.
I'm going to shoot at the guy who's running.
Yeah, actually, Garrett, it shouldn't be a minus 30. It should be effectively, he's got cover for all but, like, his leg and his arm on one side because he's kind of gone around a curve. So you can do a cold shot and actually just cherry pick to shoot his arm or his leg.
I'm going to shoot his leg. I need to stop this guy from running.
Okay, you shoot right leg. He
So how
will
does this
be
work?
at normal range for your Actually, yeah, he will be at normal range for the carbine.
60 meters, yeah.
So feel free to take a pot shot.
Is it just a flat shot, or is there any modifier?
It would be... are you taking a single, full, or a semi-auto?
Semi-auto.
Okay, so it'll be a flat shot then, because it's flat range,
Okay.
semi-auto's flat modifier.
There we go. 33 out of 50.
33, directly to the leg. Roll me some damage, and that is 3 degrees success. You hit him again, but you hit him again in a location that is covered by cover, so it pings off the rock face. 14 energy damage. Yeah. Have you got this on higher setting, by the way?
No.
No. Okay. 14 energy damage is still enough that you hit him, and his leg, from what you can see from this distance, disintegrates, coming off at the knee, where you just put one shot directly in the back. And kind of you hear a flump sound as a body that was running stops and grates against the ground.
He's not going anywhere.
No. Branda, do you want to take a shot?
I'll call out good shot to Garrett, and then I'll go for the other guy.
Okay.
I'll do 2 single shots. So that'll make it...
So this
Just take
guy
a
is at
single
normal
shot.
range for you because you haven't moved. Single shot is plus 10, and you're aiming, so plus 10 again.
You can go.
Minus
Can I
10
move
for-
towards him as I do it, because I've got move and shoot?
It wouldn't get you in short
just-
range.
Alright, just
'Cause you can
in
only make
case
half
for
move.
future.
Yeah.
I've moved forward like 3 meters.
Yeah. So you should be at
Right,
plus
so-
10 because you've got minus 10 for 2 weapon wielder, plus 10 for aiming, plus 10 for single shots. So we have plus 10 overall.
1.
The weapon jams.
That was damage, not... Oh, well, ignore that damage. That damage didn't happen. Press... The hit and the damage buttons are in the wrong order. It's weird.
Okay. 98, so that one
Second pistol.
jams. The second one, however, does hit. Single shot, so that'd be you hit him in the leg. That'd be right leg. Feel free to roll damage.
8.
Bam. The round hits him in the leg. He seems perturbed by it, but he still seems to be perfectly happy to be upright right now. He doesn't seem to be particularly fazed by it. Sergeant Hale's going to fire. And he is going to... he can't get into short range, so he's just going to fire full auto. And he's going to take a quick aim.
Who's he shooting at?
The one guy remaining that Branda shot who didn't go down. That would be 2 degrees success, so that is 2 hits. He's going to roll damage.
Righteous Fury.
2 Righteous Furies!
Whoa.
Well, that luck's
He's
not coming
doubly
back.
dead.
Yeah, this guy, like, the first shot, like, hits him in the torso and obliterates, like, his entire stomach region. It just blows it out. And a small ignition of, like, intestinal gas at the same time. He's left with his spine sort of holding him up. As the top of his corpse sort of waves a little bit, him some sort of, like, his mouth goes a gasp. The second shot hits him in the throat and blows out the back of the cerebellum, spraying misted gas of suddenly, like, vaporized brain fluid out behind him in this sort of puff of pink mist.
Bloody hell, Hale.
I guess Pratis makes... He's not Russian. Hey,
I was going to say, why is
perfect.
he's suspicious? He keeps changing accents. Is he a heretic?
Yeah, it must be.
Did he read the book?
Well, if that's the end of combat,
peek?
if that's the end of combat, I'm going to start walking down the hallway after the guy who tried to turn the corner.
I
Okay.
come to a skidding halt as the 2 people I was charging towards suddenly, either die or explode.
They cease to be.
Yep. And then at a more leisurely pace, I walk over to the one that fell down near the corner. But the stab light goes out.
Okay, at this stage...
Ooh.
Hey, sounds like we've got visitors! Quick, to arms! And
Oh, damn it.
Carolina,
I
you
start
know
quickly
that
trying to unjam my gun.
I will let you unjam your gun before this combat will begin. Actually, do you want to rush in immediately now to try and take them while they're going to arms? Or do you want to just...
Yes.
Okay, in which case your gun will not be unjammed. We'll be going straight into combat time. Carolinus, you will know from the data slate that you've effectively reached the lower chambers, which your guy who you took these memories from hasn't really progressed beyond. This is the limit of where he's been to. This is the main area where the Red Eye Gang hold out. And with that, I will introduce you to a map.
Yay! I hope Hale sees Carolinus and Garrett running around the corner and will follow us.
Yeah, it'd be awkward if we run around. It's like, guys, let's go. Guys? Oh, poop. I can see so much of the map, and I've just seen something I didn't want to see.
Yeah.
So much death.
Oh, yeah, I was testing
sad.
counters and stuff, sorry. You'll notice that it didn't have a name tag attached to it.
Okay, good.
I'm having a little bit of trouble with Roll20 right now in Firefox, so let me just get this adjusted for people at home.
Yeah, what is it with Firefox? You're not the only one. Other people
Really?
in chat have been complaining about Firefox on Roll20. Yeah.
Maybe it's just like the recent update or something. Okay, there we go.
Also, to Splattercat, who's probably watching, hope you're feeling better, mate. I know you're probably not, but I hope it passes quickly. Your face doesn't explode too much. Or your backside, for that matter. Definitely don't want them both exploding at the same time.
Please.
That's a horrible place to be.
No. Oh, I've been there, man. Montezuma's Revenge.
I
is
think
fierce.
we've all been there at least one point. We've all been that sick at least once. And it's not good.
Luckily for me, it's only ever one at the time. Like, I don't get both because I don't really throw up very much. I've got a strange power to kind of ignore nausea until I drink a lot of alcohol.
It's heresy to me. Only demons have that kind of resilience.
Actually,
really
I'd rather
throw up,
not,
but
because
I
it's
have
actually
had
really
that.
painful to not throw up when you want to throw up.
Yeah, sure.
Personally, I would totally want the throwing up ability.
Oh, one day when you've got enough EXP, perhaps you can buy it.
No, but man, when you don't have the aptitudes, it's so expensive.
Projectile vomit.
Right, let me add you to the map.
You know, if you can get that flamer attached as projectile vomit, you could be a fire breathing. That'd be beat.
Pray
That'd
to
be crazy.
Nurgle.
I'm not sure that would end well.
Yeah, you're halfway there. Brenda. Right.
Well, I thought that doesn't look like his pajamas.
I don't know.
You feel kind of like betrayed and let down.
I don't know about pajamas, damn it.
I suddenly got the Bananas in Pajamas song playing in my head, and I don't think I'm ever going to be able to mentally disassociate this from Branda.
Oh no.
Never heard
Yes.
this song. I want to hear it now.
No, don't. It'll make it worse.
Can
Look it
you
up on
sing it for
YouTube.
me, Brander?
Go on, Branda.
I don't actually know it.
You
Really?
liar. Don't pretend.
I think I'm actually slightly too young for it. Because I'm like 5 years old.
I'm 5
Really?
and this is.
Man, you've got those youthful good looks. You don't look it. You don't look a day over 3.
Okay,
Well, thank you.
if everyone could roll me some initiative then, please.
Okay. Oh wait, that was meant to be plus my
I didn't select my character. I'm a bad.
plus my
You have to
agility
reroll if you
mod.
didn't select your character.
Is our agility less for the purposes of initiative?
I
Just
rolled
in
the
high
same
gravity
thing.
world?
No,
So take that.
only because if it was, everyone would be the same. So,
Just making
Doesn't
sure.
matter.
Mine keeps defaulting to 3 and I don't know why. That was terrible.
you need to change the macro.
Oh wait, you know what? I would totally have been able to have locked him in. I would 100% have been able to lock him in that thing because I forgot. I picked up A when we rolled initiative before to find out whether I locked him in faster or not. I didn't add my agility. B, I've got constant vigilance. I use my intelligence instead of my agility anyway.
Yeah,
So-
that is
Ah.
true.
I
But
would've spent, like,
Carolina's
2
just
days
wasn't
locked in this
constantly
container.
vigilant for
I
once.
know. I wasn't constantly vigilant. God damn.
So,
You were gonna let me out of that crate.
Oh, you see, the next thing is I would have gone over to get my flame out, put it up against the hole.
I'm going to just quickly
You actually
disable
killed
3D
me.
dice for
course I would.
Firefox
I'd have
because
let
it's
you out in the
super
morning.
slow.
I had everything planned. It was like, good night, Branda. Hope you find what you're looking for in there. I was just going to go to bed. It was going to be a lesson.
He would have murdered you in the morning.
He probably would have.
Okay,
I
Garrett,
mean, it's
you
so
are
funny,
up.
though.
You hear the sound of people like scrabbling for weapons, etc., in all the nearby offshoots from this tunnel.
So it sounds the same to the left and to the right.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, I'm going to head to the right. I have movement of 10, but on this world, I believe that would be 8. So I'm going to move. Are these 1 meter tiles or 2?
Each tile is 1 meters.
Okay, 1, 2,
1
3,
meters.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there we go. What do I see over here on the right?
As you look down there, you notice not very much, actually. You can't really see very much into there. You notice that there are some canisters of some kind that look like some sort of high-tech sort of fluid or some kind that's been kept in a canister under pressure, maybe.
All right, I just quickly microbead to everyone in the group. Nothing to the right.
Make an intelligence check. Tech use. Make a tech use check.
That's not going to end well.
That's why he picked it.
Hey!
30 on a 35. That is some sort of cryogenic coolant of some kind, like liquid nitrogen or something.
Okay, I don't really have enough time to microbead that much information. I'll do that next turn.
Carolinus, you're up next.
Right. Well, I am going to move. Is this like D&D where I can move my action and then decide, oh no, I actually wanted to run, and then move the rest of the movement that would have been available to me?
It doesn't work like that move in this game. It's half action, you move the half action, full action, you move the full action. You could move a half action and then go, you know, I won't. But you couldn't move a sprint, because a sprint is like you're doing your entire action to do that.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm simply going to move... Oh, actually, no, I've got to reduce that in my head to 2. Because it's really bad here. In that case, I will move all the way up to this little nook right here. And that was my full move.
Okay. So up there, you can't really see very much out of there so far. That makes it Sergeant Hale. Sergeant Hale with his movement of... Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God in heaven.
Can he not move?
He moves 2 meters.
Wow.
Is that a full move?
That's his full move.
Wow.
Wait, you gave him, like...
2 agility on a high gravity world.
Yeah.
I think he would have got used to it.
That's great.
So he's used to moving slow. Fine.
Good old snail Hale.
it,
That's what they called him.
Branda's turn.
Right, I'm gonna glance up at the battle going on, like, oh damn it, and I just carry on trying to unjam my gun, which, as it turns out, takes a full action to do, and is a ballistic skill test. So
Yes. And then you
may
can
not
reload
even
it.
work. As well. Oh jeez.
So,
It's
ballistic skill check.
It's just flat ballistic. Come on.
So
Crap.
93 on a
I
46.
double jam it.
That clip is refusing to come out. It seems that you've locked it in there pretty tight. Whenever you try to fire the bullet, it sort of got wedged in somehow in the cylinder. Yeah, that thing is not moving. That brings us down to the prisoners. Oh, this is going to be lovely. This one, since they don't know exactly where you are.
But they know where we're coming from.
Yeah, so they're going to move towards where you're coming from, but they don't know really how to respond to... in terms of the military precision. They're going to move to...
Are these the same guys that were on that world that were proclaiming Cassius to be the god M?
I only have a limited number of icons, but so...
Just say
no.
yes. Just say yes. Easier. You'll accept it. We can move on.
Damn it, Avac, you know me too well.
I do.
Yes, they are. Moving on. Okay, that makes it Carrot's turn.
You're right there, E.
Yeah, just
Okay, mate.
randomly my voice decided to die.
Everyone's got the lurgy lately. My God. It's the season for it.
Okay, I'm gonna microbead as quietly as I can that there's would you say they were liquid nitrogen tanks?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move half move, which is 4 meters. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna move 3 to this corner. And can I see anything better in this room now?
Yeah, you can now see 3 guys all advancing, one of whom has some sort of spear with like an object attached to the end. One of whom has a shotgun, the other of whom has a shotgun and a pickaxe.
What's this one that's close to me have?
He has a shotgun.
I would like to shoot him in the face.
Okay.
Peace!
You are at close range. Do you want to do a aim shot? Oh, you did a move, did you? You did a half move. So
I did a half move,
you
so I
can't
can't do the aim. Yeah.
So you're going to do a semi-auto, semi-auto or single?
Semi-auto, but I want to do it on high damage.
Okay, high damage semi-auto. That's plus 10 because you're at close range.
All right, 39 on 60.
Okay, that is 4 degrees success. That means you get an extra hit. So 2 hits, one of which is in the left leg, the other one which will be in the torso. So that is 10 pen 2 and 16 pen 2.
I'd like to replace the 2 that I rolled with the 4. So
Okay.
make that a 12 pen 2 and 16 pen 2.
12 and 16 with pens of 2. Let me just check their armor. You completely negate the hides that they're wearing. This sort of makeshift hide bulk that's been added to their prisoner garb. It just tears straight through. You do a total of 8 and 12, so a total of 20 damage. The first shot tears into this guy's leg, and just sort of above the knee, straight into the hamstring. Not hamstring, sorry, the quad. Tries to bring the shotgun up to bear, and as he does that, your second shot tears straight in onto the sort of the lower ribs on the left-hand side and blows out that side of him on such high damage. That guy falls straight down on the ground. His shotgun goes off under his torso, and there's a and blood spurts out one side.
Aw, he hit himself with the shotgun?
Yep. Right, Carolinus, you're up.
Okay.
Hope you guys heard that.
Oh yeah, you can do full auto because you've got the Actron out rather than the last pistol.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Just
Thank you, chap.
that, make sure I'm moving correctly.
On the high damage setting, it uses 12 bullets for each shot. So,
I'm just
12?
going to creep up to
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah, full auto. Sure.
And then I'm going to flame with a heavy.
Okay, so you point the flame at this guy's direction as he comes at you, shock prod kind of thing in hand, this spear, this kind of lump attached to the end. I will make a agility check.
was he sitting on a lazy boy?
He passes
Oh,
a
you lucky
33 on a 33. This guy, seeing
Very
you
nice.
level the flamer at him, ducks and a sort of roar of flame goes over, hitting the back of the cavern. That makes it Sergeant Hale. He can't really fit up past you.
Yeah, Carolinus is a big dude.
Yeah, and he just about can't see that guy from where he's standing. So he's gonna basically take a shot when he sees the guy. Any enemy enter his range.
So he's holding the action.
Yeah. Branda. You're muted. Again.
You gotta stop doing that.
Muted. Branda, you're muted.
Damn it.
Don't make me speak the litanies of audibility.
It's because I mute every 5 seconds to cough. It's so annoying.
Man. Stop coughing. Simple.
Right, so there's nowhere to... I can't get into any sort of position behind Carolinus to get any shots.
No
no.
way.
I'm probably going to try running in Garrett's direction.
Okay,
so
remember
that...
you're at -1 for your agility bonus. And
Yep, so that-
run is 6 times.
Yep, so I can run 18. Let me work that out. That's like 5
Really?
and a half.
You've got an agility of 40 plus?
Yeah.
Wow. Did not know that.
Why do you think he never dies?
That's my thing. That's why I dodge everything all the time.
Oh yeah, true.
Apart from when my leg gets sliced off.
Okay, good point. Yeah, so you run there just behind Garrett.
That works.
That's
So
12.
can I get
You've
into a
still got a couple
position
more
to
points
fire? Where do I
you
need to be so I can
You need to
see
move-
all the enemies?
You can still move a couple more meters if you want. You could shoot from there if Garrett
There?
crouches or something. You can shoot from there. You might want to just be a little bit more out, like there. Yeah.
Be mindful of the
Heavy's
guy on your
turn.
left.
Oh, Heavy's turn. Let me just put the
Am
Heavy
I in a
back
bit of
up.
cover from the guy over there as well?
Yeah,
above me?
you can get cover from them. That guy up there, you'd probably a little bit of cover, not much.
Yeah, my cover is you.
Yeah, I just run into cover. I'm still cursing at this jammed gun.
Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And Sergeant Hale can see him. He can actually get to about there. Yeah, he can see him from there, so he will take a shot. He's going to have a little bit of cover. Just. It's a tough one, but you can just about see him.
Hey, EE, do these guys have any special decorations or anything because they're part of the Red Eye?
Yeah, they've got like red slashes sort of across and to the back, like someone wiped something in dark red across them.
Would have been more artistic about it. Could have drawn an eye.
With what?
I don't know.
Blood.
They don't make it easy for them, sadly, down here. So he's going to take his shot. That guy will be at close range. He's going to do a full auto.
It's going to hit Carolinus.
If he screws up massively, possibly.
Harder to miss. Harder to hit something you didn't intend to at close range
Yeah.
than at distance.
That was the lad's pistol. It was meant to be the lad's gun, but nonetheless, it's the same. He is going to fate that.
See, Havoc, you say that, and yet the guy that I just killed, he shot himself with a shotgun.
Still, however, the bolts all go wide.
To.
Spraying into the chasm wall behind, chips of the cave coming off, and little bits of slate and other detritus being kicked off the side. Moving the rest of them around, he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's in charge range.
Oh,
He
God.
charges Garrett. 1,
What weapon
2,
does this guy have?
3, 4. He's got the pike. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so he's going to take a shotgun blast before his friend gets into combat. Actually, screw it. They're not particularly well trained. He'll probably take it after the guy gets into combat. It's what happens when they're not a military force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, those full move. He can't take a shot. Sorry, I made him take a full move. He takes a full move. Notices Carolinus with the flamer. He's going to take a full move, and instead actually going to charge Carolinus.
When he comes close, I'm going to use my reaction to attack him with my Medicaid Mechadendrite.
Sure. That would take place because his action resolves. His entire action is a charge, so you get to hit him after he hits you. So the first guy attacking Garrett charges him with the pike, with the object stuck to the end.
Shit.
Let me just check. It's improvised, but it is not poor quality. So he misses. He stabs at you with this weirdly shaped spear, and you just quickly flatten yourself against the cave wall, just past you. That makes it other guy's turn against Carolinus. He would actually have both of these actually would have plus 20s because they charged. So that does, in fact, hit Garrett just by a sliver. The guy against Carolinus does not. He's going to use the group fate to get a reroll.
And I'm going to dodge the attack, by the way.
Okay, go for dodge. However, he still misses Carolinus with a 63 on a 54.
Wow.
Garrett aces that dodge absolutely perfectly. In fact, I will let you move because you aced that with a 0.5 on a 70. Would you like to move like half a meter while still being within range of combat?
Sure, I'll move this way.
He's got a spear. Technically, that's still within range of combat, so yeah, that's cool. The guy versus Carolinus unfortunately misses. Everyone else is kind of having used their full move, except for you. You can move another 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That brings us back around to Garrett.
No, my Mechadendrite.
Oh, your Mechadendrite. Sorry about that.
Doesn't
it
hit
gets
anyone.
73, sadly misses. You kind of move to get out of the way of that spear as it comes at you, and the Mechadendrite's a little bit thrown off by that since it's kind of tagged to your back and pulled the same way. It just ends up colliding with the floor, trying to take a chunk out. Garrett.
Isn't this guy? Let me ping him. Isn't he supposed to be using a shotgun?
He didn't actually. He moved to full move, so couldn't.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, I'm going to shoot at that guy.
Okay.
Can I see him around the corner?
No, you'd have to take a half move.
Okay. I will move backwards then.
If you do that, you'll be going out of combat. It'll get a free attack on you.
Oh, that's fine. Let him get his free attack.
That is a 33 on a 34.
No, it's not.
However, as he goes to stab you in the back, aimed really well between your shoulder blades, you just do a forward roll. And yeah, so you move back and feel free to take a shot. You can't really hit the heavy from here who's got the shotgun, but you can still hit the guy who tried to stab you with the spear.
Okay.
Do you want to do a full auto, semi-auto, single?
Semi-auto, same thing.
Okay, semi-auto, same thing. You are at point-blank range, actually, within 3 meters, so feel free to add a plus 30 to that.
Don't mind if I do.
55
on 88.
That is 4 degrees success, 2 hits. First one is torso, then it's the right arm.
I'm going to replace the 3 with the 4.
So that's 16, 12.
16 and 12, pen 2, yes.
Same as the last guy. This guy hitting the chest takes most of the wind out of him and a good chunk of the side of his right ribs along the collarbone area. He almost keels over a little bit, and with that, as he brings his shoulder forwards, you blow the arm out, and the entire arm disintegrates just below the shoulder joint, and he collapses forwards onto the spear. Let me just roll a d10.
What sort of smells do we get from, like, lasers blowing shit up?
It's the smell of burnt flesh that's been instantly cauterized. It's not nice. Human burnt flesh is very, very unpalatable to the nose. The spear and him clatter to the ground without much in the way of his arm left. That brings us to Carolinus.
Okay. I can move as long as I stay within combat.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm moving over there. And then I'm using my flamer straight forward.
You cannot. It is a basic weapon. You're in combat.
Oh, is that right? Okay, fair enough. I will try to... Actually, in that case, then, I will move my full move down here.
Okay. He's going to take a free attack at
And
you.
you can take an attack at me.
And they're going to use their group edge.
And it jammed.
It cannot jam, sadly.
I know.
Otherwise, that would be hilarious. But yeah, you successfully managed to get away as they aim really badly up. That leaves you... that was a full move, was it?
No, that was a half move.
A half move. So you've got a half move left. Feel free to take a shot with that flamer.
I do. If you're waiting for a dice roll, I don't
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for dice roll. No, agility.
I can see you just staring. He's like, oh.
That is a massive fail. And a pass. So the guy with the weapon up front with the spear actually gets set alight. The guy behind him notices you back away and knows what's coming and flattens himself against the cave floor as this blast comes up. Feel free to roll me some damage.
Whoa!
13 pen 2. Very nice. He takes 10 points of damage. Actually, 9 points of damage as the flames collide with him. And he has to... He's automatically set on fire, isn't he? Or does he have to test?
You'd need to double check that, but from what I can understand, if they don't dodge, they get set alight if they get hit. But you'll have to double check.
Flame. Here we go.
What page is that, by the way?
Flame. 145.
Thank you.
When target is struck with attack with this quality, he must make an agility test to be set on fire. So, he is hit, so he takes the damage, and now he has to make a test or be set alight.
Yeah.
Which he fails. He is now on fire. He sort of starts to burn as the kind of cheap cloth synthetic tunic starts to melt and burn. The leathers underneath starting to smell. Flames lick up his front. Right. That brings to Sergeant Hale. Sergeant Hale can probably just about see both of them from here. Sergeant Hale is at point-blank range. Sergeant Hale is going to take an aim action. That brings Sergeant Hale to plus 40. He's going to full auto. So minus 10 for the full auto. That brings us to... That is not Sergeant Hale's profile. That is awfully low. Ballistics check at plus 30. .44 on a 70. That is 4 degree success. That's 3 hits. He's allocating 2 of them to the guy behind and 1 to the guy in front who got hit with the fire. That is a Righteous Fury. That means that the guy instantly dies. Because he's doing full auto at +1 damage because he's got on the medium setting. That is 17 damage. The guy's torso just blows out. The second shot impacting into his arm, not even necessary. The third shot into the guy in front. That is a roll of a 7. He can't replace that. So yeah, it takes 17 damage. 14... Not 17, sorry. 13 damage. Takes 14 because of the +1. Sorry, I'm reading random numbers today. And he is killed by the combination of that and the fire. Those two are obliterated under a hail of auto fire and flame. Branda, you're up.
Alright, these two heavies next to me. Is the one nearest to me, like, missing a leg or something? What happened to him?
No, he's dead.
Oh, I haven't moved him. He is dead.
Oh, right. Because he sounded very incapacitated. I was like, is he on the floor? Do I need to worry about him?
No, he is very dead.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to be like, oh, stupid thing. And I keep hold of the jammed pistol for the moment, but I'm just ignoring it for now. And I take aim at the other heavy there, and then I'll use move and shoot to run away slightly, like 3 meters, wherever 3 meters can take me. Can I get a shot if I go over there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can get a shot within your move. So you move to there, and you take a semi-auto shot with an aim.
Yep, semi-auto shot with an aim.
Okay.
So...
it's close range, so it's a +10 in general.
So +20 overall?
Semi-auto, +20, sorry. Then... Yeah, you're not doing a 2-weapon wielder thing.
Alright, +20. And a fail.
And it fails. Click, click,
89
click.
out of 76.
Sadly not working for you today. Yep.
I just checked through the spray rules. On a 9, the weapon jams with a spray weapon.
On a 9?
Mm-hmm. Because you don't roll to hit. The only way to jam would be to roll on damage. And on a 9, it jams.
Okay, so...
Interesting.
So yours jammed with damage, but it still hit.
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know if it jams before the damage is applied or afterwards.
Let me check this then.
I mean, I guess since you've already hit things...
That said, it would mean it'd be impossible
for
it to jam before firing.
Yeah.
So let me just double check, otherwise it will be jammed. You're right.
Oh, it is jammed. On a 9, it jams. It's just whether it jams prior to the gout of flame or immediately following it.
Yeah, those guys... the guy at front would still be alive. The guy at the back would be dead. Thank you for pointing that out. Because you were so kind to point that out, I will give you a +10 on your next test.
Thank you.
I think the important question here is it raspberry?
Oh, God.
No. No, it is strawberry.
Okay, Heavy's turn. That guy is going to charge, and by charge, he's going to go and come back and charge Carolinus, having been proved that you do not want to be at non-melee range versus a flamer. Getting in nice and close. He's going to make an attack at you. He gets +20 because of the charge. Oh, I don't like the fact it doesn't necessarily select the damage box. 0-7. Yes. This guy is on point with his charge attack. Carolinus, do you want to shoot him? Sorry, do you want to dodge?
No.
Okay.
I don't think a spear can harm him.
Yeah. So he charges you with this hunting lance out straight and hits you dead in the 70. That is the leg, right? The right leg?
It is the... Let me double check for you.
Actually, no, that'd be the torso. That'd be the very end of the torso.
Yeah, I think that would be the torso.
So yeah, that hits you just in the hip, just above the leg, sort of just on the abdomen, and does 15 pen 7.
Okay.
As the charge at the end explodes forwards, pushing the spearhead deep into your chassis down there, just where your mechanical legs meet your torso. doing a horrendous amount of damage. The spear
4
itself...
points of damage.
How many?
Pen 7 takes that down to 1. Takes all my body armor away, and then, yeah, it does a hell of a lot of damage.
How much damage does it do to you?
-4. Takes me to -1.
Oh,
Wow.
hell. Damn it. How much damage does it do to you?
It does, well, it's 15 pen 7, but my toughness is 4. So it does 11.
You don't have that many hit points, do you?
No, I've got 10.
Oof. Okay, explosive damage to the body. The explosion flings the target backwards 1d5 meters and you're knocked prone. So you can't go more than 1 meter anyway because there's a rock face behind you, so you are just knocked prone.
Okay.
The explosion, however, does destroy the spear utterly. The spear effectively turns into a staff. Into a... Is it a staff or a club? It's a staff because it's long enough. And the spearhead, etc., is jammed inside your body now.
Okay.
That brings us to the other heavy, who's going to grab the explosive spear off the ground and stay there, because that's the end of his turn. Garrett, you are now... Oh, actually, sorry, there were 2 others. I think I moved them, didn't I? No, I did not.
This one did not move.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6...
You move the guy at the back as well?
And I'm going to move him as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. This guy is now revealed to not be heavy. Let me go get
Wait, what
him.
happened?
He's fast.
We got teleporters.
He has a sprint talent and a higher agility bonus. As he runs around the corner... Yeah, he only moved like a little bit more than 12 meters. As he runs around the corner, you notice from his picture that is Gang Boss Red Eye. He is very much different from the rest of them. He is a lot more... He's not as bulky.
He's a geek. He's like 2 meters tall, but he's like 100 pounds. And he can't even like fill the clothes that he wears. He's just scrawny.
He is a little bit slimmer, but he is absolutely ripped. Like every single one of his muscles is obvious. You can see them bulging out in places from the somewhat small jumpsuit he is wearing. He is absolutely ripped and looks like one hell of a difficult fighter to best in a physical combat. He's in combat range with you. He is wielding... Sorry, I forgot to say. He's wielding a pretty heavy, gnarly-looking pistol in one hand. It's a very large caliber by the look of it. And in the other hand, quite easily, he is hefting what appears to be a mining drill. This sort of conical, spinning blade, it's about 2 foot long, with spinning cone with barbs across it for drilling through rock faces. And it looks very, very heavy. Probably weighs at least, probably about 40 kilos almost itself. He's hefting it with ease.
Which hand has which?
The Tranter is actually in the right hand. It's just easy for me to do that because I've got more space. The pistol is in the left. Yeah.
Okay.
Pistol in the left, breacher in the right. So that brings us to Garrett. You don't really see Gang Boss Red Eye, by the way, as he runs around the corner.
No,
from that
I
direction.
don't.
No.
Can I see this heavy?
You saw him go to pick up the spear. You can't necessarily see him at the moment, but you saw him when he went there.
Okay. Can I see him from here?
Yes, you do.
All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and shoot at this heavy.
If you do a cold shot, you won't risk hitting the cover. He's technically got cover otherwise.
Sure. Which part of him is not
right
covered?
arm.
All right. Right arm it is. And this is within 3 meters, so I still get the plus 30, right?
Yes, it is. Kitty, come down from there. Good kitty.
All right, 32 on 80.
Okay, I'm going to just quickly see if he has dodge, because I believe he does. He's going to try and dodge. 37 and 33. He misses the dodge. You hit him full on. All 3 shots from the Akatran going in. First on the right arm, then on the torso, which is just sort of uncovered, I'd say, for the purposes of this. The third one peeing off.
I don't need to replace those with the roll. I think that's fine.
Yeah, you do enough damage with your... effectively, it's something like a 13 and 13 plus it's 15 and 15 pen 2 or whatever. The guy is pretty badly crippled. The first shot taking a chunk of his arm off. He spins around a little bit. You place the second one directly in between his sternum, between the ribs. There's a loud crack as it superheats, and he falls down to the ground, sort of fluid bubbling out of there. It's been superheated. He is dead.
It's like a pile of corpses there now.
It is. It really is.
We should shot that at the boss.
I don't see the boss. And besides, we're supposed to take the boss alive. Or if not take him alive, at least ask him some questions.
I don't know if taking alive is an option with this guy.
And that brings us to the next one in line, Carolinus.
I'm just quickly reading the rules on prone to see what I can do.
Half action stand up.
Half action to stand up. Okay. Well, in that case, then I am going to stand up. Well, actually, is it a Medicaid roll? A full action?
Full action, it is.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then I'm just actually gonna. Have I been knocked out of combat, or am I still?
You are still in combat.
Okay. That's fine. I'm simply gonna Medicaid roll myself. I kind of roll over onto one side. My free hand now moving up to try and block any potential damage. And whilst I'm doing that, my Medicaid Mechadendrite is busy working, just almost scurrying across my torso.
Okay.
And I will roll a Medicaid test.
You do the Medicaid test. You are in melee, so there would be a negative for this, I think. You're still probably going to ace it.
Negative on that, actually.
The Medicaid rules are very fluffy anyway when it regards to that, so I'd say it's probably like a -20 because you're in melee trying to do a Medicaid test, but you'll probably ace it anyway because it's Carolinus and Medicaid. So you do the fetal position Medicaid.
Yep.
Nice.
5 degrees of success. 6 degrees of success plus your intelligence bonus. Yeah, you get all but 1 point of that damage back. That's 10 points of healing.
Yep.
Indeed. I have no idea how you did that, but you managed to just pull out the end of that spear that had been explosively detonated into your torso, and then just knit it back together in the space of about 6 seconds.
Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. And then, with my reaction, gonna lash out with the Medicaid Mechadendrite and attack him.
No.
So badly trying to whip around from doing the combat to the attack that you almost tie the Mechadendrite in a bit of a knot, and it's a little bit awkward to get out of.
Imagine this huge thing now just coiled in this massive knot.
Sergeant Hale is going to quick draw his pistol, taking that out in his right hand, left hand just holding the rifle off to the side now, and he's just going to fire into combat. Oh dear, where is Sergeant Hale?
Oh, actually, but I had that +10 for good behavior as well on that Medicaid test.
Sure, yeah, you are back to full.
Hey.
Did you include the -10 for critical?
Yep.
Okay, in which case you are back to full health.
Whee!
It's almost as if it didn't happen. There's like a slight seam there where you've stapled it together now. Your healing is insane.
Well, to be fair, I've invested an awful lot of EXP into my healing at this point.
Right, let us do a quick attack. He's gonna do semi-auto. Why not?
I can't believe his movement is so bad.
A 0-3. 3 shots.
Nice.
Each one of them, he's firing the Actronized pistol on max setting, so this will be +2 damage, +2 pen. He's replacing that 1 with a 5, So that does 10, 15, 11. So that's 12, 17, 13. This guy is gone. And because he's doing semi-auto, he applies 2 to the first guy and 1 to the second guy. Because technically they are both in combat range of him. So the first guy is just obliterated. The first shot going through his torso, the second shot going through his arm, melting it. The third shot goes into this guy and does 13, pen 2. So he's pretty badly wounded, but not yet down. Branda.
Alright, so this guy's 2 meters tall, did you say? Something
he's
crazy?
He's pushing 2 meters. He's not massively tall, but he is pretty tall.
So I was just aiming down the corridor when suddenly this massive guy comes out like, whoa, you're big. And then at that point, I just drop the jammed pistol and I pull out the bolt pistol.
Okay.
With quick draw.
Phew.
So now bolt pistol and stub automatic. I take aim for
Okay,
half action,
let's do the
and then I
stub
run
automatic.
backwards.
Okay. If you do that, he'll get a 3 attack.
Oh damn it! Yeah. Okay, in that case, I'll stay where I am. And
Okay.
I'll just semi-automatic with both of them. So we'll start the stub automatic. So
Oh, this
At least
actually the guy
modifiers work.
facing Carolinus is dead because I did shoot him before with 1 hit. So yeah, he goes down as well.
right, so it's
They just don't make henchmen like they used to.
Should we do the stub first, since that's your right hand?
yeah. So trying to work this all out. So it's +10 for the aim, -10 because it's 2 weapons. So is this just flat? Anything extra for close range?
You're doing semi-auto, so no, it's you know close range in combat.
Alright.
He
will
did,
get a
however,
+10.
sprint, so you do get a -20 for shooting someone who sprinted.
Oh, it's going to be terrible then.
No, he
If I
sprinted
do
on
succeed,
his...
I get an extra degree of success anyway because I've got close quarters, whatever it is. That's if I succeed, which I don't for the
The stub fires.
automatic.
You're kind of shocked by this guy, and your bullets sort of go wide. Bolt pistol.
On both
Yes, 20
gods.
for that one. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Oh no, should I fate it? I might fate it.
Yeah, of course.
I only
What else
have
are you gonna
2
use it
fate.
for?
This is these are big decisions I make. I'm going to try fating it.
Okay.
You got one to try and kill him now, the other to try and survive if you don't.
Yeah.
Think of it like that.
Damn
So-
it.
Your fate sucks.
Okay, mark 2 bolt rounds off as you fire the bolt pistol, and the bolts hit the cave wall behind him, sending bits of like shrapnel out. Sadly, they don't hit him, however. I didn't actually add him to the initiative roster properly, but he's on the same initiative. That's fine. So it's going to be his go. He's the last remaining one. He is not happy about this.
Oh dear.
Not happy one bit.
Does he have a catchphrase, or does he want to tell us about his evil plan?
He will actually be in a second. Let me just figure out what he's doing. Looking at his traits.
It's before or after he's crushed me into the ground.
He looks down at you, Branda, hefts the drill in one hand and goes, "You've caused me a lot of trouble, mate. It'll be hard work replacing those minions." And just swings out this drill.
I think he talked too much. He lost his attack. Way too many words. So much talking.
He's going to do a swift attack on you.
I'm already ready with the dodge roll.
He is going to spend his other action to aim it. So he gets a +10. That would be 4 degree success. That would 2 hits. Feel free to dodge.
Right.
Can he only dodge one?
Any
hit?
modifiers on dodging?
Each degree of success on a dodge ignores a hit. There are no modifiers on the dodge.
Alright, please work, please work, please work.
So
Oh no, 56 out of 53.
you might want to fate
You
that.
saved
I'm
the
gonna,
fate.
I'm gonna fate that. Damn it.
Oh no!
Oh god, no, 88 out of 53.
Oh dear. Oh my god.
Sweet Branda.
And with that, you try to dodge to the side, and the drill just flies straight in and finds your right leg. Is that the one that's not metal?
Sweet summer child.
That's the one that is metal.
The right leg, the one that's metal. The drill.
Yes.
Just maybe it's been down here a little bit long. Maybe it's slightly magnetic by now because of its nature of, it's a drill that works with magnetic field in it because of a generator. But it just inches towards your metal leg as it's going for your torso a little bit, and there's a sound of metal on Ceramiton metal, and it is a horrific sound as it drills deep into you. That sounded wrong. It does 13 rending damage.
You can't get away with that one, EE.
No. And I'm going to replace the 3 with the 4 I rolled, so that is instead going to be 14 pen 4.
Oh, Lord.
That was so good.
Right, so in total...
He's been drill-doed. He's in the process of being drill-doed right now. Was it 19 pen 4?
The first one is 14 pen 4.
Oh, right. Oh, we're going through them one at a time.
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so the first one...
Oh, and this weapon is vengeful, which means if I roll a 9 on the damage dice, you get a critical hit. And the second one attack does give you a critical hit.
Okay, so the first one's 13 pen 4, right?
14 pen 4, because he's going to replace the dice.
Okay, so that means I take 9 damage, putting me at 3, and then the second one...
In the torso, I take it? Because of the way hits move, or in melee, do they all hit the same place?
This one does hit the torso.
Okay.
As he stabs into your leg, the leg sparks, he pulls it out, and then just drives it straight up through the abdomen, up into your chest.
He's drilling your abdomen, dude. Couldn't find a hole, so the drill don't make one.
I'm glad I got true grit, because this is painful.
Let me just check something. I think the calculation on this is wrong.
What?
So the second one isn't on the nice robotic armored right leg either.
Let me just double check. I think it's added the strength bonus twice.
I hope so.
Let me find it.
I need every little extra bit of not damage here.
No, it hasn't. If you hover over it, you can see what it's adding.
Yeah, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, it actually does 19 pen 4.
So toughness and such cancels 7 of the combined damage and penetration, leaving 16 damage that I take. Reduced by 4 because of true grit, so that's down to 12 damage I take, putting me at -9 to the torso.
That's not good.
No, it's not good.
I wonder... Oh, man, we need to see the critical list. What page are the criticals on?
This is page 240.
I hope you're paying attention, Gad. You're watching your friend be drilled out to death.
I can't see. I didn't even know this guy's there.
Actually, you do just about. You can't really see much more than there's a guy there. You can just about see him moving backwards and forwards in the combat now.
What type of damage is that? Is it rending?
It's rending. The powerful blow cleaves the target from gullet to groin, revealing his internal organs and spilling them onto the ground before him. The target is now quite dead. In addition, 1d5 on the critical table, because he got a vengeful weapon and he rolled a Righteous Fury, would bring that to 10 or more. So, instead, as above, except that the area and target are now washed with slippery gore. For the rest of the fight, any character who moves within 4 meters of the target's corpse makes a challenging agility test or fall prone.
Wait, does that include Red Eye?
If he moves.
Everyone.
Now, yes. I'm expecting Brand to burn a fate.
Yes, I will do that thing.
What
does
the
that
thing
change?
you will do?
How is that going to change that his torso got completely eviscerated and his organs and entrails sprayed around the area with
So
such
instead of that
thoroughness,
happening, as Red Eye goes to push upwards with this drill, it catches on the belt buckle and slows it down, deviates ever so slightly to the side. Instead, with a vile tearing sound, the skin on the target's chest comes away, revealing a red rune of muscle. It skims upwards, up the front of his rib cage, tearing open his pectoral muscle and exposing it, clipping on the clavicle, shattering it into about 100 pieces.
So it destroys his metal leg, but it can't get through a belt buckle.
It just, like, clinks it off the wrong way.
It's a damn good belt buckle.
He must succeed on a toughness test or perish, you automatically survive. If he survives, you are stunned for 1 round and suffer blood loss. Permanently reduce your toughness characteristic by 1d10. I will say, because I'm kind, because you fated that, I will say that those effects don't happen other than the blood loss and the stun, because the other ones are dependent on you rolling dice.
Okay, so I don't lose 8 of my lovely 40 toughness.
Yeah, that would be pretty brutal. But yeah, instead you take the stun and the blood loss.
So he basically gets out of that without actually taking any permanent injury, despite the near-death experience.
I will say that the blood loss
permanently injured my fate. I now have a fate limit of
Well, yeah,
1.
but the last time you lost a leg as well. I mean, what I was saying is that's a really good turn of events. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that he was being incredibly generous.
Carolinus, when you have a look at him, you might notice that there's a little bit of long-term damage.
Oh.
He is suffering blood loss, etc., but nothing that would incapacitate him permanently for now.
I require a robotic chest.
Well, to be honest, if you've mangled your organs, you may actually need a bionic heart or lungs.
Son, I
the
think
blood
it's
loss
time
is from.
You embrace.
Oh, your heart is
XCOM.
leaking. That's very bad. Very bad.
However,
leak from there.
since he's attacking with 2 weapons, and Garrett is technically in combat range for this, and he can shoot anyway, even if you're out of combat, he's going to then use his pistol to shoot at Garrett.
Are you serious? 1 minute ago you said I can't even see this guy, and now you say he's shooting at me. Okay.
It's either that or Brander.
I'm just saying. You said I couldn't see him.
Okay, I'll shoot Brander.
What?
Brandon's like, I hate you. I hate you.
He is stunned, so that's a plus 30.
In so many ways. Wow, he's actually going to do it as well. Remember this, Ben.
And he
Remember
missed.
this.
The bullets ping off around you. Him being a little bit thrown by that last-minute save by the belt buckle. The Emperor's light shines on you tonight, apparently.
Blinded by the 6 pints of blood that have just come out of me onto him.
Hit you at all, you would have died.
Well, I would have lost my 1 remaining fate.
All the GM would have said that
fate
fate
of
counted
0.
for all attacks from that guy for that turn, because that would be silly. But we'd never find out whether the GM was kind or not, because he didn't hit.
That's true.
Garrett, you are up.
Oh, boy. I'm going to microbead. I think we found Red Eye. And I'm going to run my candy ass into this wonderful room over here.
But you don't know it's Red-Eye, because you haven't seen Red-Eye. Unless you're saying you're in combat with him.
Yeah. Okay. Then the first thing I'm going to do is move my candy ass this way. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Now I can see. I think we found Red Eye. And I'm going to keep on moving.
However, as you move backwards, you would enter line of sight of him, but you'd still be within 1 meter, so you would be in combat range.
But not in combat.
You would be in combat. If you're within 1 meter, you're automatically in combat range. He could make an attack on you.
Even if it's behind a wall. Okay.
Because it's hard for him to be behind a wall as you go out there, because it's actually perfectly open. So as you move that meter... Actually, where you are right now, you're completely right. He wouldn't be able to see you. But as you move that meter forwards, he would be in the meter range. He could get an attack. I would say it's on the edge. So I'd say make an agility test to not even offer an attack.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make that move. He won't hit you. You move so fast, he didn't get a chance to respond.
Okay, I'm just going to keep on moving.
Okay, so you make that half move, and then feel free to do whatever you want to do.
I'm going to move as far as I can.
Oh, full move. Okay. He looks around at you, and you instantly see that, yes, that is definitely Red Eye.
Man, this map. Oh.
Wow, that is a long move.
Yes.
Carolinus.
Just draw his attention as you pass, so he doesn't just start mashing my half dead form with the drill.
He's still smashing it. Yes.
So, could you say word for word what Garrett announced? Because I'm trying to work out if you actually said a very specific thing, which would help the situation.
Word for word.
Yeah.
I think we've found a red eye. And
Okay.
you already knew I was around the right-hand tunnel.
Yeah, I did. So, unfortunately for you, all I know is that I need to go up there and go back around. I don't know that there's a gap. I've not seen it that far.
Okay. So,
And I don't know that connects to you anyway.
Would Sergeant Hale be out of my way? Because we're not in immediate danger.
I will let
wouldn't
you
he make move?
let Sergeant Hale take his turn first, if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So Sergeant Hale is going to continue to move forwards. He's going to move at a sprint, a run as best he can. He moves to about there. It's pretty atrocious. Your go.
Okay. Well, I'm flat out going to be sprinting. But let me just double check that. So my sprint would be a piddling.
Please don't piddle.
Oh, okay. 24 meters. So 1, 6, 11. And at that point,
Yeah, you can see
would
from
be
there.
able to see him. That's only 11, and I'm sprinting, so I can move 24.
You could just about see him. There's a bit of a rise in the cave there, as noted by the shading on the
right,
ground.
okay.
You could just about see him. It'd be a bit tough, but
Okay, well,
Oh,
24.
that's what the shading
Sorry,
is.
12, so 14. At this point, would I be able to see him through there?
yeah, you can see him. Brander is definitely in the way, but you can see him.
Yeah, the problem is my flamer would kill Brander right now. Okay.
You took your entire action to move as well, so
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, what I was meaning is I'm not going to stand here and just wait to take a shot.
Yeah.
So 24. Sorry, 14. 18. That being said, Brand is on the floor. He's prone, isn't he? And
Nope.
he's stunned as well.
he's just stunned.
Oh,
he's not prone.
Okay.
Ow.
Well, I'm going to move up to Brander, and on the next turn, I'm going to medicate him. Because, I mean, even though he's not down, you've basically described something so horrifically gory. There's no way that I could look at him and think, yeah, he's fine. I'm
You're
going to run
looking
around.
at, actually, you're looking in from the back.
Wouldn't there be like splatters of gore all over the walls and
No,
like chunks that are missing?
No, that was like on the really
Really?
failed test. This one, it's mostly his front, and it didn't splatter that much. Like, there certainly looks like there's blood, etc. But from this angle, you can't necessarily see who it is.
Well, because I want to save his life, I'm just going to say, well, for one reason or another, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to try and medicate him on my next turn.
I will say, however, by the way, if you move to there rather than round the side, the only target for Red Eye this turn is Brander. And Brander can't run away because you're blocking the escape route.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I would just
Well,
bring that to your
actually,
attention.
I will be close enough if I stand there to be able to medicate him anyway and leave him a route to escape from.
Yeah. Okay. That means it is.
Doesn't help. I'm
Sergeant-
stunned.
Oh, good point. Yeah. If you go around the side, however, you can spend a fate point to overcome stunning.
Yes.
I don't have any fate points.
Really? I thought you'd one left.
No, I spent them all.
Oh God. Carolinus, where do you want
I
to
got a
move?
limit of 1 and an actual of 0.
There's nothing I can do that would cause this guy any damage, and there's still nothing I could do to allow him to see me
Okay.
coming because I can't get around the
That's fine.
rock face. The same thing, because the most I could move to is like here. And this, can I ping? I'll just drag my character.
That's fine.
Most I could do is move there, and he won't be able to see me, which is the problem that was going through my mind. It's like it's just going to be Garrett again. He's not going to be able to see me to attack.
I would
Right,
say
right.
if you want to spend a fate point, you could make an athletics check. And
Keeping that fate point for a very
okay,
specific
you've only got one
reason.
left. Cool. Okay. Right. That'll bring us to the heavy's turn as Brander is stunned. You had the flamer out when you went around the corner, right?
Yeah, he hadn't switched weapons, I don't think.
Yeah, I haven't switched
Yeah.
weapons.
In which case, the gang boss seeing you have a flamer is still going to think you're a much more threat than this guy who missed him in combat and is nearly dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a flamer. He doesn't have a high agility. He's definitely going to prioritize you even then.
He doesn't have a high agility. What a load of bollocks! He ran across this place earlier in the high grav world.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. But he still has not massively high agility, at least not high enough that he's going to consider a flamer to be nothing. And so with that, he's going to barge past Brander. I assume, Brander, you do not want to put up a fight. Yeah. Brander, that leaves you effectively, because there isn't much room, prone. Are you okay with that?
To go prone?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it wasn't already. Sure.
Okay. And he is going to make a swift attack and then some shots against Carolinus.
Dope.
Let me see. What does he get for bonuses? He didn't aim because he moved, so it's just a flat attack. That is a hit. Would you like to dodge, Carolinus?
I can't.
Okay. You can. You've got the ability to dodge even without the skill.
No, but my agility's at such a low point. It's only a 5.
Yeah. But I have to feel like
No
everyone's
point
getting
in my
one.
reaction for that.
He does 19. Wow. Okay, that's another crit. 19 pen 4 to the torso. As he notices Carolinus running forwards with the flamer held out, he just decides, barges Brenda to the side of an elbow and drives forward straight into your torso as you back against the wall, pinning you against the wall and getting proper pushing now. How much damage do you take from that?
-3.
-3 to the torso. Rips a large patch of skin from the target's torso, leaving him gasping in pain. The target is stunned for 1 round and must make a challenging toughness test or suffer blood loss.
Blood loss.
Okay. And then, because he got a Righteous Fury, you don't actually take this as damage, it's just the effect applies. The mighty attack takes a sizable chunk out of the target and knocks him to the ground as he clutches the oozing wound, shrieking in pain. You're knocked prone, suffer blood loss, and suffer 1d10 toughness damage, not permanent. So you're knocked prone.
Oh, actually, I can use my reaction. I keep forgetting this. I've got balanced on my Medicaid Mechadendra. I can use it to parry.
Sure then. Okay, feel free to do that.
I'm not sure how the whole parrying skill works, though.
It's effectively a weapon skill check.
Right?
You've got balanced, right? Have you got parry?
Yeah. No, I don't.
So weapon skill -20, plus 10. Plus 10 for balanced.
Plus 10.
So it'd be a -10 overall to weapon skill.
I'm typing something around. No.
No. So yeah, you are knocked prone, you've got blood loss, and you are stunned for 1 round.
Okay.
And you suffer 1d10 toughness damage. Those will disappear after you get a chance to rest.
1d10.
Okay. 9 toughness damage. That brings to Garrett's turn.
Okay. Am I able to use quick draw, which is supposed to draw a weapon as a free action? I can drop my current weapon and draw a new weapon as a free action. Is that's fine?
Yep.
Okay. I want to draw my long las with the hotshot charge pack.
Okay. Sure.
And I want to called shot this guy's. Can I see his?
You
his,
cannot call shot because it took you a. Actually, you can because you did free actions and stuff, didn't you?
It's a free action to draw. Yeah.
Bear in mind, by the way, with the you're using the long las, right? That
Yes.
if you don't aim, you don't get the bonuses of accurate.
Then then I have to aim if I want to. Yeah, and I can't aim if I do called shot.
No.
Okay, so I'll just aim then. That's fine.
Okay. So with that, you just drop the Acatran, quickly whip out the long las, aim, Roll me out to hit. You will have a +10 because it's aiming, +10 because it's accurate, +10 because it's single shot, +10 because it's close range. It'll be a +40. He is behind cover on his left arm and left leg.
I still failed. I have to fate that.
You have to fate that.
That's embarrassing.
That's a 94 and a 90 for the MP3.
What the
94 and 90, what? And with that, the hot shot round grazes past him, blowing out a large chunk of the cavern nearby. Damn.
The Emperor has forsaken us.
The Emperor is well and
Nature's
truly bereft you. Carolinus, you are stunned. Do you want to spend a point of fate to overcome stunning?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, Carolinus shakes off the stun, trusting his faith in the Omnissiah. What would you like to do for your action? You're prone.
Let me just bring up my stats again. There. Sorry, wrong window's open. Right, so I'm adjusting my fate. Right. I'm prone at the moment. Okay, I am going to... I'm going to try and medicate myself, actually.
Okay.
So, once again, exactly the same thing as I did before. Actually, is it a full turn to get up from prone?
Half
Or
action.
half turn? Okay. But it's a full turn to medicate anyway, so...
Yeah. So including the -24 in combat. $91.
I'll just use a fate to...
Use your fate to recover from stunning. Do you got any left?
No, I had 3. I was just
Okay.
saving them because I knew he was going to
Okay.
go for me.
These rolls, though.
Yep. So I auto-fated it, so I gained 8 points.
Yeah, so you gain 8 points of health. Cool. And with that, you quickly close up as many wounds as possible. Sergeant Hale's turn. Sergeant Hale is going to spend his entire turn moving his max to...
God damn it, Hale.
And he is going to... actually, from there, he could maybe just about...
Is he gonna chuck a grenade or something?
He could bounce one off the corner.
It just blew us all up.
It's not ready for quick draw, so he spends a half action to get it out of the pouch at the back on his webbing and pull a grenade out. And a half action, he lobs it. He's gonna try and bounce it off of that
This
corner.
doesn't help. This just makes things worse.
He's gonna make a ballistic skill attack. A single shot weapon, but he's gonna take a -10 because he's bouncing it. That
He's
is
on
not
our
what I
side,
rolled.
right?
Fails by 1 degree. It's gonna fade it. Fails even more. It will scatter 5 meters. 1, 2, 3. That's into the wall, so it'll scatter back half the distance. It actually ends up almost like a meter from Branda. And with that, Branda, you see from the ground a very familiar grenade bouncing towards you.
Can I kick it away or anything? Can I dodge away from it?
It's a
I'm just until
flashbang.
his turn comes up. He's stunned until his turn comes up anyway.
Well, no, I already had a turn where my stun
It's a
cleared.
flashbang.
does
If
it? Oh.
you and yeah, you can make me a toughness test. Carolinus, can you make me a toughness test? But because you're not directly in the line of sight of it, I'll say that you get a +20 as well to resist.
Because my stun is already cleared and I saw it coming, can I, like, close my eyes?
Not really, because he doesn't get the same bonus. He can't do that, so I won't say you can. Sorry.
What was the test we're doing?
Toughness test. He passes.
Oh, 6 out of 40.
Yeah, you are not
What was
stunned.
that roll before?
Carolinus, however, is stunned. Carolinus, you are stunned for... let me just double check how many rounds it is. In fact, I'll call it that you are stunned for a pretty long time, considering you failed by 5 degrees of success. So while I look it up, you're stunned for 5 degrees of success. That brings us on to Branda's turn.
Right, so I'm prone. It'd take a half action to jump up. And I'm in combat range at the moment, I'd guess.
You are. You can attack from prone with pistols. There isn't actually a negative to that.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to get away from him, so I'm just going to have to sit there.
You could spend a full action to play dead.
Tempting, but then he'll probably just murder us all one by one anyway. I feel like I have to do something. I'm going to fire the pistols.
Okay, so this
But I might just be the bolt. I might just be like Sod trying to like get lots of shots. I just want a good shot. Then again, 2 shots better than 1.
I will just let you know, because you can see from here that he doesn't look like he's wearing much in the way of armor, but he is wearing a Arbite's chest plate. The rest looks to be pretty much the same as everyone else around here, like leathers stapled on top of conscript uniform.
I'll go for aim and then semi-automatic with the 2 guns.
Okay.
And hope that a shot gets him.
Plus 10s. Give him a roll. Let's go with the boring stub first of all.
So it's just going to be plus 10 overall.
Yes.
Nope.
The stub unfortunately goes wide. Bring on the bolt. Actually, no plus 10 because you're firing 2 weapons.
That is right.
So just make a normal ballistic skill test for the bolt. Let's see how this goes.
Please work, please work, please work, please work. Please, please, yes!
Yes.
50 out of 56.
That is a hit with the bolt.
So yeah,
Success?
extra degree of success from close quarters, I guess, won't make a difference.
No,
Success!
2 degrees of success doesn't get an extra hit. But you do hit in the head with a 0.5 when you reverse it. Roll me some damage.
Is that?
Wow.
No, can you just go into your character sheet and you've got 2d10 KH plus 5, 2d10 KH 1 plus 5.
Ah. Why does it need that? That's dumb.
Keep highest 1.
Attempt number 2.
10
There we go,
pen 4. So that goes through his leather sort of cowl that pulls up around the back of his head and does 5 points of damage to him as the bolt explodes against the rear of his head. Why can I not click on anyone? I've got that selected.
By the way, am I right in thinking that we're outside of contact range of anyone that isn't already in this fight?
You don't know that.
Well, just in case, as he's doing this, he's going to just shout into his micro beat, "We need backup!" Just in case anybody hears, just like open frequency.
You do have a code word to send in like the entire assault force if you want.
I'll shout that.
Okay, what code word did you pick before the assault began, by the way?
I have no idea. I don't think I picked it.
You have forgotten the code word. Yeah.
Well, Branda would know it.
Pineapples!
You shout pineapples. Excellent. Carolus, you were stunned for 5 turns, by the way. Actually, no, 4. It's
the code word
an easy test, so it's plus 10, so it's 4 degrees.
Definitely Barracuda.
No, it was peppermint unicorn.
So, pineapple, peppermint, barracuda, unicorn.
I don't think EE gets one.
No, I don't. Carolus, you're stunned for 4 turns. Which brings us to Garrett. No, sorry, his turn, then Garrett.
By the way, Branda and I need to be rolling toughness for our blood loss.
Oh, you do?
yeah.
Please roll me some toughnesses.
I've had 2 turns since I acquired that.
Just roll for this turn. I forgot it, so.
What does this do? Please
You
be
take a point of
okay.
fatigue if you fail.
All right.
Brand succeeds. Doesn't manage to bleed out too much. Coughing up blood through his ruptured esophagus. Caroline's, however, does.
Oh, it's fine. I've got fatigue for days.
Gang Boss Red Eye, however, turns round. Branda, Carolinus, both of you are still fighting. He's going to attack Carolinus with the Breacher, and he's probably going to take shots at Branda as well.
This is brutal.
Semi-auto, but he's using 2 hands. And he's going to aim with the Breacher. So that's the Breacher at a flat attack. That is a hit and 3 degrees success. Carolinus, would you like to parry?
No. I can't do anything. I'm stunned. I can't have my reactions.
Oh, yeah. Would you like to spend a point of fate to not be stunned?
No.
Okay.
Can't do that until it's on my turn.
I would let you do it not on your turn.
It wouldn't make much difference at the moment.
Okay, that is
Better to save
15.
it for other things.
Pen 4.
Mm-hmm. Where?
Sorry. That was to the torso. As he goes just swinging again on your torso, having tried to medicate yourself and bring a lot of that health back.
Puts me to minus 13 on my torso.
Okay. The second one swings in on your right arm and does the same again. That would rip your arm off. I assume you spend a point of fate.
Nope. I die.
Let's find rending on the arm. With an assortment of unnatural, wet, ripping sounds, the arm flies free of the body, trailing blood behind it in a crimson arc. The target is immediately make a toughness test, blah, blah, blah. If he survives, he's stunned for 1d10 rounds. So roll me a 1d10. Okay. You suffer blood loss and the lost arm condition. You already have blood loss, so that doesn't change anything.
Do I not need to roll for survival?
No, because you fate pointed to survive.
No, I didn't.
You're at minus... How much are you at minus?
I'm at minus 13.
Well, that's from the torso alone. The torso alone would kill you. Then following that, the arm would kill you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am dead.
You're choosing to die.
Well, there's got to be some sort of consequence here. Everyone else
I might
is
be about
avoiding
to die.
it.
We don't yet know if I make it through this.
No. There's got to be consequence. All this like, I am not going to die, even though we've thrown ourselves at horrible amounts
I'm running out of fate,
danger.
you know. It's coming.
No, no. I shall accept this death with a glint in my eye and smiling a bloody smile up at my attacker.
But
and then
Carolinus,
you're a medic.
You're the medic. And then we need to get the
And I'm
character art
dead.
replaced.
The medic is dead.
We should pay for the character art from your cut. That's how it works.
Carolinus, do you wanna like genuinely wanna die, or do you wanna put this to something like chat and let chat up or downvote you?
Totally. No.
Totally.
Absolutely. I'll make a new character. No, but this is the thing. This is the whole thing. You shouldn't be attached. One of the problems with this is the GM has gone out of his way not to kill anyone. But Dark Heresy is supposed to have death. A lot of death.
But story arcs
is what death is meant to be. Well, the story arcs have ended. That's just the way it goes. If you don't have any consequence, there can not be any dramatic tension in the story.
Nobody told me this was Game of Thrones.
Shame.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
The powerful blow cleaves the target from gullet to groin, revealing his internal organs and spilling them onto the ground before him. The target is now quite dead. Except the area and the target are awash with slippery gore. For the rest of the fight, any character who moves within 4 meters of the target's corpse must make an agility test or fall prone. Also, the attack slices clean through the arm and into the torso, drenching the ground in blood and gore. The target is killed instantly, leaving a ruined corpse on the ground. The arm falls to the ground, its fingers spasm uncontrollably, pulsing the trigger of any held weapon. What are you holding in your right hand? The flamer.
Yes.
Shit. If the target was carrying a ranged weapon, roll a d100. Okay.
34.
On a result of 96 or higher, a single randomly determined target within 2d10 meters is hit by a single attack from the weapon on a randomly determined hit location. So you don't randomly hit someone. However, I will say that, do you want to do the Heroic Last Stand? I don't know if it's in Dark Heresy. It was in Shadowrun, and I liked it as a mechanic. It means you can
What was that?
It means you can take an action before you die, and effectively do this one last gasp of heroics as a fate point.
Well, my flame is gone, but yes, that would.
I know you can
be
do it before
fun.
your flamer dies. Like as he hits you in the stomach, technically it's a killing blow. The arm thing is just an afterthought since he followed up with a swift attack.
Yeah, I would. I would like to.
Okay, so
so he, yeah.
As the guy swings in, cleaves you from gullet to groin, entrails splatting everywhere, like the spinning breacher itself shreds your internal organs. Bits of you fly out. You even recognize like a chunk of your own intestine flying up before your eyes as they start to go offline. Your system's reporting that each one is going down, system by system. You manage to summon your last reserve of strength. What do you do?
I reach out with my free hand, just kind of clutch to him. I'm not really aiming the flamer at this point. There's no way. Everything is basically turning off as this thing is spinning inside my torso, just chunks of flesh and wires being torn out, and I just spit. Oh, great machine god, I beseech thee, deliver my allies from danger. And then I pull the trigger as I'm just, with the last bit of strength, trying to tip the flamer up to point up at my assailant.
Okay. I would agree that he's not in combat for the purpose of the basic weapon, considering he thought you were dead. I wouldn't treat you as in combat. You were kind of knocked down, prone. You have enough ground to get that up. You get a shot off.
Isn't the flamer jammed?
Oh, it's jammed.
It is jammed, which means that instead, you could choose to overload it.
Yeah, it's fine. I whatever I need to do, I was going to say I'd make my Promethean tanks explode, but then Brando would be caught in it.
Because of the nature of the explosion, Brandon might not. You've actually wedged yourself into a crevice back there.
Okay, I'll go with that. If they can have
Brandon can make a dodge check.
Shape-charged demolition packs on the end of a stick, I can have a directional Promethean tank. I feel that is a fair.
Yeah, well, effectively,
exchange.
you'll blow up, the flame billows forwards. You're in a kind of push yourself into a crevice right now. Brandon can dodge to the side and get away with quite some ease.
Okay.
So as you pull the trigger, you realize the flamer's out of ammo. And you just hold it down and let the pressure build up inside the nozzle. It's not ammo, sorry, it's jammed. So you just let the pressure build up inside the nozzle. And with that, it billows out, Branda. You see the remains of Carolinus, who the guy swings in, his arm begins to sever, and then fireball. He entirely detonates. A rolling cloud of oily, thick smoke billows forwards. Please make a dodge test.
Just don't let this kill me now.
Never know.
Red Eye fails his dodge test. Branda, you dodge. Please move a half move away as soon as possible. It's one of the things you do as a dodge test.
All right, that's like 3. That's 3 meters, isn't it? A half move.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be gone. I'm over here. See ya.
And with that, Gangboss Red Eye failed his dodge test. He is caught in the middle of a Prometheum explosion. Let me go find some rules for that. It would be under...
Splat was walking the dog. He's missed all this. He just turned up to be like, yeah, he's dead. Carolinus is dead.
Oh, Splat.
Flamer. We'll call it several hits from a flamer. So, he's going to make an agility check. Agility check. Agility check. He fails all three.
Wow.
Avak, would you like to roll me 3 hits from the flamer for damage?
I would, actually,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
As it happens. 12, pen 2. 11 pen 2, and 8 pen 2.
Okay, 12, 11, and 8. That is so -5 from all of them. 7, 3, and 6. 16. He takes 16 points of damage.
Damn.
And with that, the billowing cloud of smoke disappears. In front of you, Garrett and Branda, stands the remains of Red Eye, but he is still standing and conscious, and he looks around very pissed off. His flesh is melted in places, boiled in others. There is still fire coming off of him where the Prometheum is still coating his skin. His own suit is beginning to ignite and fall off in patches. Combat continues, but he is incredibly badly hurt. I believe, whose turn was that? That was his. So that brings us to Garrett. Garrett, you're up.
Okay. Hotshot Chargeback only has that one shot, so I have to reload. And I don't have another Hotshot Chargeback. So for me, reloading is a half action because I have what's called Rapid Reload. And I can't aim, but I'm going to go ahead and take a shot.
Okay. You are at close range single shot plus 20. F, I am entirely correct on that one. Yes, plus 20.
Nope.
And that would jam, except for the fact that... Are you firing it on max setting?
No.
Okay.
But it's considered... It's, what's it called? Reliable. So it
if you're
wouldn't jam
firing on
there.
the max setting plus 2, -2, it becomes unreliable, so it would jam. But no,
Right.
that doesn't jam.
Right.
The shot just goes wide. The fireball threw you off.
Can't hit this guy.
Carolinus, rest in peace. Sergeant
Yes.
Hale runs to there. Branda.
I guess I can't move any further away without getting out of sight of the guy.
Yeah, but you can shoot and then move as your shoot and move thing.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
The shot happens within that move, so it can happen at the beginning.
Ah, yeah, okay. I will aim and fire. Try both again as I move away.
Okay.
Is this going to be flat because of all the things? I don't think anything's changed from last time.
You're at close... Actually, you're at point blank to begin with. I would say that's within 3 meters. So you're at plus 30, plus 10 for aim. So plus 40 in total.
By the way, you're going to need to roll for fatigue as well on the bleed out.
Yeah.
I am still bleeding. I'll do that quickly.
It was a cheer death for charity.
I'm still okay
Oh.
on the bleeding front.
Okay, bleeding front is good. Do you want to fire the semi-auto first, plus 40, because it's point blank?
Shouldn't I have been getting those bonuses before then?
You weren't at point blank. You were in combat. Combat doesn't get point blank.
Oh, okay. Right, this is the first one. I only have 2 shots actually left in the clip,
Okay.
so...
So you can only max out the 2 shots then.
Yep.
However, it does
Jams-
jam.
that target was 96, and I rolled 99.
Would you want to try the bolt pistol?
Why are our rolls so bad?
This is what
it's
happens
the-
when you have bad rolls and I have good.
The Stabotos, their time is over. It's time for the bolt pistol, if I make it through this. So this is plus 40 as well, right?
Yes.
Are you still
41,
shouting into
target
the...
96, so this will be 2 shots, because
2
that's all
shots
that
hit,
you can do in semi-automatic for a
And
bolt.
that is 6 degrees of success, so you can replace one of the dice for 6 if you so choose.
Right. First damage, second damage.
Okay.
The rolls were... What were they?
A 6 and a 8. So that's 13 and 11, both pen 4. The pen negates his armor to the arm, and then it's chest, which he does still have armor on, so that's 2 points off of the second one. So that brings it down to 9. So you've got 13 and 9. His toughness negates only 4 points because the flamer did him into critical. He suffered toughness damage. He's now only getting 4 points of damage. So he takes 9 points, and he takes 5 points. to the torso. Branda, how would you like to avenge Carolinus?
So
Drop
is
the
it all
hammer.
to the torso, you say?
The first shot was to the right arm, the one holding the breacher that he killed Carolinus with. The second shot is to the torso. You can kill him how you want. Feel free to drop that hammer.
I mean, I'm just gonna try and blast him straight in the middle of the chest with the second shot. I'm gonna try and and get the right arm at the shoulder, see if I can blow it off. I just want to eviscerate him as much as is possible with the explosive rounds.
Okay, you put the first round into the battery pack on the breacher itself, with the tubes going in from the small generator attached, and it explodes. A small vial of protein that's held there to pump the generator shorts out, the electricity sparks over it, and it rips his entire arm off, blowing him sideways. The second shot tears in roughly around the midsection of his sternum and goes directly in, penetrating his heart, blowing it out before detonating, and his entire torso. You see a firecracker go off, it's not very impressive. You see that firecracker go off in a closed fist, you're losing fingers. This is what happens when a bolt round goes off dead center in your chest. His entire chest. There's a moment, a fraction of a second, where you didn't think it did that much, except for maybe make his heart jump a little bit. And then the ribs part, the flesh explodes outwards. Both of his arms are now fully detached from the torso. The head kind of lolls back and his legs collapse. His entire chest bursts and he collapses on the ground in shreds.
And as I was firing, I could have been being for Carolinus, but no, I was just sort of screaming and coughing up blood as I did it, sort of roaring it as I take him out.
Okay.
I'm beyond words at this point. I am sort of dying.
I can't help you there.
And with that, Carolinus is avenged. Branda and Garrett are alone, bar Sergeant Hale, who did manage to take out 2 guys this combat, but did not manage to really help out after that fact.
He moves 2 meters.
Yeah.
Snail Hale.
Yeah. Snail Hale. Hail the snail.
I didn't want him going too fast and upshining you guys in combat by getting to the front.
We could have done with that.
Yeah, apparently so. The
Could've
rolls
been
today were
the
not in
NPC
your
that
favor.
always dies.
All right.
Man.
Well, if we're out of initial combat, I'm gonna look around and make sure that there's no other hostiles nearby.
As soon
it
as
doesn't
you
appear to be there's any.
Look around, you notice that Branda is bleeding pretty thoroughly. Sergeant
Oh, you
Hale
don't
is
look
going
so
to
good there.
try and help Medicae. Not that he's got much.
I'm just slumped down. Once I'm he's dead, right? I'm good. I'm gonna half die here. Don't mind me.
He does, on the fated reroll, prevent your bleeding. You stop bleeding.
Nice.
As I hack up the last of the blood, I say to Garrett, who's come around the corner, Carolinus is dead.
Are you sure?
Pretty damn sure. And I nod over to where, to the mess of explosion and blood over there.
This is a nasty business, Brander.
We need backup.
So I'm gonna push the microbead and say, if anyone can hear this, pineapple, glorious pineapple. And I'm gonna start looking around the mess. What can we see of Carolinus here and Red Eye?
Of Red Eye, there is a pistol that he was clutching in his left hand that's oversized with a very large barrel. The
Yoink.
rest of him is kind of messy and gone. Of Carolinus himself, there's some charred, mechadendrites, a couple of, damaged mechanical parts, including his limbs, some plates that were apparently embedded in his skin, and the very destroyed remnants of a flamer. Am I missing anything, Abak?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna grab the pistol from Red Eye for sure.
Okay,
And,
that is a
I'm going
.54
to-
Tranter from the Steel and Blood homebrew.
All right, I'll look it up later.
Yeah.
And
called a
I'm going
Tranter?
to I'm going
It's
to
fine,
walk over to I'm going to walk over to Brander. I'm going to ask him for his chainsword. I didn't bring mine.
I just hand it to him. You'd normally expect me to grumble and complain, but I don't care at this point.
And I'm going to walk back over to Carolinus and cut off his optical mechadendrite.
There's a revving sound as the chainsaw powers up, and without too much fight, the Mechadendrite already not being the toughest of implements itself, it does part with the previous owner.
And I would also like to remove his head.
Without
Any
much
head
revving
left?
at all, you quite easily pull the very charred remnants of the skull off of the rest of the corpse.
I walk back to Brander and shake off some of the blood from the chainsword before returning it to him. We need to press on. Are you okay to remain here until help arrives? Hale and I must look around.
If help even does. I start trying to pull myself upright with the chainsaw. I don't know how well that goes with it being quite so dead.
You're actually relatively fine to get up. You're very much on your last legs. A small, breeze could push you over, but otherwise you were able to carry out your normal actions. You push the last reserves of energy to do this stuff.
A small breeze would push you over. That's a good way to describe it, yes.
That reminds me, how buggered is the robot leg?
It's functional. It's definitely running on auxiliary systems, etc., and a lot of the motor control has been a little bit lost, but you can still use it.
A lot of hissing and whining from the gears and such. But it's getting there.
Yeah. Garrett, did you want to just push into the next chamber with, Sergeant Hale?
I wanted to look around where I was sniping this room with these objects. I wanted to look around to see what these were, because I wasn't looking at them during the fight.
Okay. It looks like there's a number of tech pieces here. Some meters, some gauges, a few barrels of cryo liquid, as mentioned, along with a couple of data slates and what appears to be a schematic of some sort of tech system and its implementation into a cavern, which you gather from some of the data pads is just down the hallway from here.
To the south?
Actually, it would be the one from... Let me just ping it on the map. Firefox is not pinging.
Okay, north, east, or south?
There we go. Ping.
East. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to grab some of the data slates and the schematics. I'm going to return to Brander and Hale. And I'm going to show them. It looks like this is our destination. Have you guys heard any further hostiles?
I've been listening out to see if I can work out A, if there are enemies approaching, and B, if there are allies approaching with lasfire and such.
Yeah, do we hear anything like that?
You do hear sounds echoing in the distance of some sort of fight. You can't really tell
there
how
was some
far
fighting
because you're underground and it's tunnels that echoes a little bit.
And there was already fighting going on before we even arrived here, so All right, I'm going to say follow me. I'm going to take point. Hale, please make sure Brander makes it. And I'm going to start heading this hallway.
Okay.
So you're carrying on ahead?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
Lord.
I need to stealth up. Can I roll for that?
Sure.
Well, I think I'm stealthed. I'm not.
Yeah, an 82 on an 80. You think you're stealth, but you're a little bit thrown by the death of one of your teammates, and you're not maybe paying as much attention to it as you should be. Your mind is otherwise occupied with your own mortality. However, with that, you manage to push just off the map into a large cavern. As you enter this massive cavern, it's probably a good 40 to 50 meters. It's the largest space underground you've encountered thus far. Goes up probably about 14 meters. You notice machinery plugged into something fleshy and carapaced in the distance, the far side of the cavern. Many little bulbous sacs hanging from it, each which is containing a small parasite of some kind. Several of them have broken or ruptured recently. You notice things on the ground, like small, immature children's size, like trying to move. And as they get any distance from this, one of the like nearby systems set up kind of like a greenhouse kind of irrigation array, just sprays down liquid nitrogen and slows them down even more. Many of the smaller parasites you can see that are trying to move around from it are very much slowed down and kept stationary by this.
Do we, by chance, recognize the creature?
Make a intelligence check. Branda, you can make this at +20.
Have I managed to catch up as I hobble along?
Yeah.
I'm not a
Is it
smart
intelligence
man.
plus 20?
88 over 35.
Yeah.
There you go.
I know
Branda
what
with
this
the
is.
4
4
on
out
a
of 51.
Branda, you've not really seen anything but normal gene stealers. However, the immature ones look like weirdly deformed, smaller, but certainly recognizable. Some aspects of gene stealers there. Might not even be gene stealers. There might be some kind of tyrannid, but they're definitely related to gene stealers somehow. The coloration is very similar. The sort of dark blues in here and the tans. The flesh itself, well, more pallid, and the limbs somewhat vestigial and kind of atrophied in places. There is definitely scything talons on this top limbs. There are 4 limbs along with 2 legs, making 6 in total. Slightly bulbous head of a gene stealer.
Emperor help us.
What is
I
it?
sound very done.
What is it?
Tyranids. Fething Tyranids. They're everywhere. We need to destroy them.
That's all I need to hear. I
Carefully.
pull out my long las and I shoot this thing.
As you pull out your long las and fire, is it a normal shot or you don't have a hot shot charge? So you just overcharge
I don't have
it?
a hot shot, yeah.
So +2.
No, just normal shot.
Normal shot, okay.
I want to see what it does.
You shoot the big thing behind them, the big fleshy thing with the machinery attached? Do you add?
Yes.
Okay. The shot rings out and impacts into the flesh. Roll me damage. It's not hard to hit. And then you can
14,
add +2d10 because you will have hit it with the max accurate shot you can. It's not hard to hit.
13 more. So 27
27 pen 1. With +2, +2, 29 pen 3. The shot rings out loud through the chamber. The crack hits the side of it, instantly boiling the flesh inside the internal organs. It splatters out through the hole you left. Many of the pods attached split, and little parasites hit the ground. Some of the immature gene stealers nearby clutch at their head and then push forwards, this time pushing through the spray of the chemicals and the liquid nitrogen on them. Sergeant Hale opens fire trying to gun them down and just quickly grabs his jetpack in a lull and throws it forwards. We should probably run.
I grab Brander's arm and I make sure that he moves quick.
Okay. You leg it, and Sergeant Hale is a little bit slower than you guys. There is a sudden behind you. Branda, Garrett, you both can move far enough to get outside of the explosion. However, Sergeant Hale is caught in the explosion.
Oh, jeez. You gave him aim of a god, but this guy can't move 2 feet.
He is dead. And remains of Sergeant Hale past you. Like, you're pretty much sure you see his helmet hit the wall and ricochet off in front of you as you keep running. However, you two make it out past, and looking behind you, there is nothing following. A mere organic steam. And nothing at that. At this point, forces following you as you catch your breath manage to push forwards, and you notice the captain of the guard amongst them. Sagalot, Brander, Thrail, is everything okay down here? Where are your friends?
Zale, oh boy, is it good to see you. We have found what we're looking for, and oh my goodness, we lost a man. We lost your man as well. Unfortunately, Sergeant Hale sacrificed himself, and I show him. I point to the helmet and the mess of the room behind us.
Jet, well, the rest of the place is pacified. Did you make sure it's gone? Is it? He just waves a fire team past to follow into there.
To be honest, we're not sure. Let's let your team get in there, and then we need to look in there and make sure everything is dead.
If you find anything, burn it.
Will do. I'll send up flame units. Okay, we need full back to the forward point that we've established, a little bit further up. We've got a friend of yours here to see you. He said something about not being able to stay in hospital any longer.
I nod to Zale, and I grab Brander's arm. We start to move.
Okay. He doesn't mention the head attached to your webbing. And with that, we'll end tonight.
Attached to the webbing? Shit, I'm holding it like a bowling ball.
Okay, you're holding it like a bowling ball. Wow. Our first on-camera death.
Well, not really. I mean, it's a static picture on the screen.
True.
It doesn't even have like a red X across it. Yeah, can you play taps on the harmonica?
No, I can't play almost anything. Okay. I'm still working on it. I don't have time. I need to find time. But yeah, I'm a little bit thrown by that. We've had our first death. Hopefully, Carolus will be remembered for saving the group. He definitely saved Brenda's life there. And hopefully we'll see Avek's character next time. But that next time will not be this Sunday. We are not here this Sunday. It being the first, we decided that people were probably too tired and traveling, etc. And it's kind of hard to get people together through it. And it'd be a push. And if people did get together, they'd be tired and stressed, etc. So instead, we're going to take the week off. We'll be back on Wednesday, as per usual, with Dungeons & Dragons. And then the Sunday after, we'll be back with continuation of Roll4It, Dark Heresy, which will be interesting because we'll see Avek's new character then, hopefully. But Brander... sorry, not Brander. Avak, where can we find you and where can we mourn Carolinus?
All of the usual places. You can find me on youtube.com/Avak, twitch.tv/Avak, and you can find me on Twitter at @Avak_. On Twitter, you'll mostly just find ferret pics. There will be probably an increase in death ferret pics on this point moving forward.
That's what I'm wondering. Is your next character going to be a death ferret? Is that what's going to happen?
That at least going to have thing, yeah. And on YouTube, I'm currently playing through Astroneer, still really enjoying it. I'm playing through Stardew Valley. I am probably going to be starting an Alpha 16 run on RimWorld shortly as well. I'm actually quite looking forward to that. I'm also probably wrapping up my niche coverage, my first taste of niche, in the next few episodes, somewhere around there. And yeah, I'm typically streaming a little bit more now as well. They're generally shorter streams than I usually do, which, I used to have marathon streams like 9 or 12 hours of just, whatever, like Mass Effect or something. But at the moment, I'm just grabbing moments here and there and just streaming for 2 or 3 hours, every other day around there. And I'm just playing whatever at the moment. So yeah, there'll be very little warning, but yeah, if you catch one, hooray! But that's where you can find me and what I'm up to at the moment. How about you, Shen? What are you doing these days?
Well, hi, my name's Shen. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenner2 and twitch.tv/Shenner, where I'm streaming, I was going to say 8 days a week, but it's actually 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's 9 a.m. Pacific, and we're doing Transport Fever a lot, although I have been playing Urban Empire as well. And for Christmas, we actually played some EU4. I know it's a crazy thing to do, but we did play something different for Christmas.
Rocking.
What about Senor Bentham?
You can find me at Mangleport Gaming on YouTube and at Bentham Plays on Twitter. And I play lots and lots of Factorio of various kinds, the Master Series that we're doing with Avak and such. And I've also brought back the Factorio Town series, and we've just had the 100th episode of Factorio Railworld for a Christmas present thing. And I'm also playing Rodina occasionally and Astroneer almost every day.
I thought it was Rodina.
Regina?
It's whatever you want to call it at this point. I don't care. Yeah, E, what are you doing?
I'm doing, thank you, youtube.com/Enterelysium. We are doing Rimworld Alpha 16, along with finishing up Space Hulk Deathwing, which of course has lots of tier notes, particularly Gene Stealers. We also have, what do I have on? I have no idea what I've got on. I mean, I've recorded half the things today. Astroneer's just ended. Hearts of Iron as Australia trying to take over most of Asia. Somewhat successful now, trying to prevent the Germans from beating Russia. You know, Australia's coming to the rescue. We'll see how that goes. Probably to start up a couple of things soon as well, so that'll be interesting to see. And of course, I stream every Saturday at 8 p.m. BST, GMT, sorry. GMT right now, at twitch.tv/Enterelysium. If you want to find out about Splat, by the way, down there, just Google Splattercat Gaming, and of course you will find his YouTube, where he has a number of cool series, and of course the Twitch channel, which he's planning on doing more stuff on as well, so keep a lookout for those. And also go follow his Twitter. You should also follow the Roll4It Twitter as well, and go check out the Reddit, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion after tonight's episode. Please try and avoid putting spoilers in, like, the titles of posts, maybe, just so that people who peruse Reddit aren't spoiled if they haven't seen the VOD yet.
Suggestion would be to use, like, brackets spoiler in the title, so that people are aware.
Yeah, so if people click on that, they know they're going to get spoiled. So try and keep that in mind. I'm going to have to try and keep that in mind when I tweet later about this, because this is one hell of a session. But we'll, of course, be back with Dungeons & Dragons next Wednesday, and then the Sunday after we'll be continuing with Dark Heresy from there on. And hopefully we'll get to see what Avak's new character is, and the continuation, and see that Cassius has lost his only Heresy bro in a glorious flame underground while he was hospitalized. Until then, though, have a good holiday, and just remember to roll for it.
Roll safe.
Take care, everyone.